What up, Twitter and YouTube both. What's going on? It is draft night. Jake here. This is the draft show with Nate and I. Obviously, Nate's not here yet. He'll be here very soon, I promise. But now holding it down, a guy we had on the show last year. It was a lot of fun to talk to. Denny from, you probably know, if you're on Twitter, you know about NFL Mock Draft Database. Real quick, Denny, if you want to tell them about it real quick before we get started. And, just plug the site and all the great stuff that you're doing.
Sure. Yeah. So my site is NFLMockDraftDatabase.com. Basically, the Google for mock drafts. I've spent a lot of time compiling all these mocks from all over the internet, formatting them correctly, making sure that all the player names and colleges are correct and everything. And then from there, you can kind of create like a ranking and see what other mocks are doing. We have a consensus mock, consensus big board, just wild. And then obviously we have a mock draft simulator as well that you can play around with as well.
One of the best mock draft simulators out there, if I do say so myself. And what's really fun about the site is seeing the players that travel up and down throughout the process. I don't know if there's a couple off the top of your head that are like that still stand out till this point that maybe have entered the first round conversation and have completely fallen off. If there are a couple off the top of your head, but that is a really cool tool.
That's a good question. Let me look right now. I'm trying to think of like who.
I know I saw your tweet earlier about Peyton Turner, and
yes.
And there was a tweet that Peyton Turner might be a first round pick, and you had the tweet that was like, this guy's like maybe 50s, but he's still at the third round. It was kind of a weird little thing going on there. But
so I think if that actually happens, I think 100% that's attributed to COVID and just us being so off with all of our rankings and all of our evaluations and everything.
Yeah.
I think in a normal year, if something like that happened, I think like last year that happened with Jordan Brooks, who just came out of nowhere.
That's right. No Seattle this time around.
Yeah,
unfortunately, to make that happen, but someone will do it. But we'll see. Yeah.
A guy that's
others?
Like hardcore falling is Gregory Rousseau. At one point he was the sixth best player on the board. And he's just been slowly declining now to the point where he might even fall out of the first round, which is crazy. But that's kind of what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I from what I've seen with Rousseau, I mean, a lot of draft Twitter is like very bearish on this guy, except for maybe a select few who have kept him, in first round talk. But I know at least what we've heard this week that it's still possible that he's a first round pick, and people are hyping up other guys like Joe Tryon, and obviously Azeez Ojulari has hype, but again, that injury came up earlier this week, and so all that. So there's a real chance I think he sticks there for sure. But yeah, I mean, again, great tool. I love it. I mean, obviously Sean Wade took the massive tumble all the way back from the summer to fall, and that was something else, I gotta say.
His tumbles, like every time I update the site, I always look through the rankings, see like who moved and who went down, who went up. And Sean Wade would constantly move down, like to the point where I don't even know what he is now. He's like cornerback 15 or something. And Greg Newsome kind of did the opposite. Greg Newsome, when he first came out, I remember there was a tweet that went out. It was like possible first round pick Greg Newsome, and I'm like at that point he wasn't even in my database yet, and I'm like, that's crazy. He's not going to be a first rounder. Lo and behold, I was dead wrong on that, and now he's going to be a first rounder. But it was fun to see, that trend up and then the Sean Wade trend down. So it was like a perfect X happening with those two players.
Yeah, that was a fun one. Yeah, to see. And I mean, obviously the testing has really vaulted him, and obviously Caleb Farley now has probably taken at least a slight tumble on that tool. I mean, there's serious talk. He's not a first round pick tonight, potentially, and obviously there's rumors about the Saints moving up, but still, I think from people plugged in, it sounds like it's a real possibility.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few mocks where he's been completely left off and missed the first round, and that kind of brings up another player that I just thought of, specifically with big boards. So with big boards, I display the top 100 players, And I've seen quite a few of those boards that don't have Jalen Mayfield even on the top 100.
Oh,
and so because of that, he's been falling in the offensive tackle
interesting.
rankings. So a team might be able to snag him in the early second round if they need it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the testing was obviously the real issue with him. I think a lot of people were like, yeah, this is a first round player, and then his testing, at least for a tackle, obviously if you guys use relativeathleticscores.com out there, you see all that stuff. And then, I mean, obviously better at guard, but I think a guy who probably would have been in play for a lot of teams late, the Bills, potentially the Bucks, the Packers, took him off the board, and now he's almost a free fall at this point of day 2. Oh, look, Nate's here. Welcome, Nate.
I had to pretend to be Nate while you were gone.
Yes, he was doing pretty good. He's doing a pretty solid job. So
it's not hard. It's not hard. I'm a fairly simple.
Nate, I would just like to say viewership went down when you came in. I don't know if that's just on you. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it was you, but here's a fun thing I want to start with. Obviously, nothing started yet. Of course, it's 7:10. Why would it? Got to do some rock stuff, obviously, since we're in Cleveland. But
Kings of Leon.
Yeah. So I mean, pretty solid, pretty good stuff.
Leon, I was so confused. I was like, am I like back? Is this 2012 again? Like,
oh yeah, with them.
Are we about to hear
Use Somebody? Great song.
Or it's just Sex on Fire, isn't there? Big
yeah, it might be. Yeah. So two of those, the two big ones. But like, yeah, I mean, what's everybody's like favorite like storyline tonight, or and maybe even toss in a prospect that you're most intrigued to see where they go? Whoever would like to start. If you want me to start, I've got one on the top of my head. Nate, go ahead. Nate, you seem jazzed up to start us off.
I have a lot of energy today. It just seems to me.
Oh, it's draft day, of course.
Well, also, the Saints have been strangely active today, to say the least.
Yes.
I think the whole trade story is one of my favorite things. But also, I mean, honorable runner-up mention. Let's just combine those two terms for right now. I seriously think the Aaron Rodgers saga might meet a new chapter tonight. I think it's very possible, because if he does not want to be there, the best time to trade him for the Packers would be when they can still get picks out of it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, the Rodgers thing. Mitch, how's it going, man? I see you're in on the YouTube sphere. Yeah, I mean, I think with Rodgers, obviously coming out today of all days, everybody's still hyped up at the draft. And then, we get that really teensy news bit about Tebow potentially playing tight end for the Jags, which has been glossed over completely at this point because of Aaron Rodgers, which understandable. One is trying to play tight end because he can't play quarterback. But like, yeah, I mean, the Rodgers thing is wild, because you would think that this would have been something that would have been brought up during training camp, something like that, where he, they had a definite plan. He knew when he was on the way out, when Jordan Love was planning to start. But here we go. And it even seems like, though, you said, Nate, tonight, potentially. I'd be shocked if it was tonight, because I really thought that, I mean, this is the run it back. One more year, make the Super Bowl run, and then it's move on time. Yeah, Mitch, I know. Packer Nation is going insane. This comes out before the draft. It could be Rodgers really saying, get me a playmaker, but it seems like as it's gone on, there was someone.
There's more to it. I don't remember.
There's more to it for sure.
But, that basically Denver is the only option for Rodgers now.
Now I just see Bleacher Report as 9 News says Green Bay not in talks for Rodgers as well now. So it's like it seems like there's really not much in terms of who's going to chase Rodgers, and maybe it's just, again, people have definite plans heading into the year. I still think Denver, even though they talked about trading Drew Lock tomorrow, now there's talk of that, I still think they're going to roll with what they have this year, or they're going to go after a big gun at quarterback. So I know the Raiders were thrown in there. I don't know why Rodgers would even bother going there. That roster does not look good. Maybe a year ago when the offensive line looked intact, but now that's not a place I'd rather be, to be honest. So yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on with Rodgers, and that's Nate. That's definitely one of the big storylines. Obviously, here I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think the other big storyline, obviously, is what happens at pick 3. I think that kind of determines what everything's going to happen in the draft. 1 and 2 are obvious. which we just assumed too is Zach Wilson, right?
Yeah, we do kind of assume.
We were just like, oh yeah, it's Zach Wilson, but I don't think there's any. I don't think they've ever come out or said that they're all in on Zach Wilson.
This is true. I will say though, what I think about that is, and I was thinking about this earlier. Obviously, Robert Saleh and Mike LaFleur are over there, and I feel like San Francisco, if it's not Wilson, San Francisco knows who they're taking because of the connection there. So obviously, it's a mystery to us. But obviously not to San Francisco. So yeah, it could not be Wilson. But I think I think they're going to be enamored with the arm talent, just like I guess the previous regime was enamored with Sam Darnold's arm talent.
Yeah.
So here we go. It's kind of similar. Not saying they're similar prospects, but that's a fun one. I think one prospect I wanted to bring up, I'm curious where he goes tonight, is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, because he won't be for everyone. That is a player who does not fit everyone's scheme. Not everyone's going to be out there looking for a 6'2", 218 linebacker. That's just not how it goes. So I'm curious where you guys think he may fall to. I think the consensus feels like, and maybe Denny, if you want to talk about the consensus in the where mock draft database has him, but it feels like it's Washington at 19, at least what I've seen recently.
So Washington might be the most mocked there, but the way my consensus works is, the teams, it's first available, right? So if Trevor Lawrence is the most common at the Jaguars, then he's gone. Then the next player, right? So it kind of trickles down. So right now, over the last week, so all the mocks over the last week, which are probably hundreds at this point, have him going 17 to the Raiders.
Okay, that was the other one I was potentially thinking about there. Is Vegas.
And that's
be interesting.
18% of the mock drafts have him going there.
Oh, okay.
But if you look at the team specific, he's the most commonly mocked draft guy to Washington at 19. So so I think they're a situation where they might have they both have the most common, that player is most commonly to both teams.
Okay, yeah, nice, yeah. Nate, what do you think? You got a spot for him? Well, is it one of those two?
I found this statistic and I thought it would be kind of relevant here. From 2019 and 2020, his snaps, like we've talked about a couple guys playing the rover position, not really fitting in one spot, just being able to move around in different places. Played 680 snaps out of the slot, 433 in the box, and 195 on the defensive line. Now, in that slot position, he's not going to fit everybody's scheme, which I think we already kind of covered that. But truthfully, one place in terms of saying ideas of where he could land, I think the Colts would be an interesting spot for him if he's still on the board at that point. Their linebackers would be up there among the best in the league, I think, if they did select him. But I don't see him going that far. I think it'll be interesting to see who thinks they can mold him into their system or whose system he already fits.
Yeah, Colts will be interesting. I do think if he's passes Washington at 19, this could be where Joe Barry says, listen, this guy fits my defense in Green Bay. We want this guy as a big nickel at times and do a lot of things for us, that they just say, you know what, Chris Ballard, what do you want for 21? Ballard gets happy. He gets his day 2 picks back that he likes, and Green Bay moves up for a potential playmaker on their defense. That starts to fit the new versatile type of scheme that Barry runs. Just a thought. But it seems like Vegas, Washington, one of the two. So now, obviously, Jacksonville's on the clock here. We know what this is going to be. Jacksonville probably been partying since they got the first pick, really, at this point, knowing who it was going to be. And we'll kind of talk about him when he's the pick. But I want everybody's quick selection. Who is the pick at 3? Who is it right now? You have to bet a good amount of money on it. You have to lay it down. Who are we doing?
I don't like that game.
I feel like I have to follow the consensus.
Okay.
Otherwise it's a knock on my own site.
Okay, fair enough.
So it's Mac Jones, unfortunately.
Okay. I
don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about it.
I understand.
No,
I mean, it's. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's like. I feel like everybody's gonna say it's like out of the realm of like, there's no way they'd move up for Mac Jones. Listen, That's assuming people haven't made decisions like this before. So, like, yeah, I mean, I get it. I think it could be. Nate, what do you think? What do you think it is?
I think it's Justin Fields.
You think it's Fields? Okay.
It's one of those things we could see Trey Lance. It's going to be a matter, and this is actually very redundant to say out loud, but it's going to be a matter of fit and how they see a development coming along. But for me, it's one of those two guys. I think we might have a chance of seeing 4 quarterbacks off the board in the top 4 picks. I would personally love to see that. I think it would be crazy. But the Jaguars have already taken like 3 minutes to get this pick done, and every minute is another loss for them on the season. I don't make the rules. That's just how it works. So if they keep going at this rate, somebody needs to have a chat with Urban Meyer because they clearly have not talked to him about this decision yet.
Yeah, I mean, listen, yeah. So we have a Jones, we have a Fields. Mitch in the comments says, Lance, you can't trade up for Bland Jones, can you? You can. Obviously, we're going to be here for probably what is going to be like another 20 or so minutes waiting for this one. I think it's Lance. I would lean towards that being the case because they can still, this is a team that I expect to be back in contention this year. Obviously, the injuries just destroyed them all season long. So you're coming back here, and this is where you want to hit a ceiling. You're swinging for a ceiling here, you would think, anyway. So I get why Nate, you're saying it's Fields.
Yeah.
I think
drum for the last like 2 weeks, so I think I have to stick to my guns.
It's a hot take, but I think Lance might have the biggest ceiling of anybody in this class. I think there's a real chance that, and that, again, I don't know what the odds you would say of him hitting that ceiling necessarily. In San Francisco, I feel pretty good about him hitting said ceiling, but like I think there's a chance that you think about him potentially being, in 5 to 10 years, if he hits a ceiling, he's better than anybody else. And obviously, it can come down to a situation. So,
if it makes you feel any better, the mockers are completely split on this too.
I believe it.
Justin Fields is 31% of the mock drafts. I think Trey Lance is like 26, and Mac Jones is 38. So it's like totally just split.
Oh my goodness,
that is pretty insane, and you could love to see it.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh, we'd love to see it. Well, here's the fun news. We have some graphics that we're going to be able to pull up here when players get picked. So that should be fun.
I do love graphics.
Some good graphics. I don't know if I think I have 37 made, which is probably not enough because you know how things are going to go in this round. But we'll be able to play, I'm sure, the first 20 or so.
Do you have a Peyton Turner slide?
I do have a Peyton Turner on a slide, actually. I do have a Joe Tryon on a slide.
So we will see. Joe Tryon. He's one of those guys that he just doesn't rank very high in the big boards, but every once in a while I'll see him in a first round. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, but he's not climbing as much as I want him to climb in the rankings. So it's kind of a lot of CBS mocks have Joe Tryon as their first round pick.
I'm thinking where he's gaining steam is Cleveland, of all places, I would think. Obviously, I mean, if you're Tampa Bay and you're sitting there at 32 and he's the best player on your board, who cares? Because you have everything else filled out, you're right. So, like, I could see it. I know Dane Brugler of The Athletic had him, I think, 31st or 32nd on his big board finish up. And I know Dane is well tuned into the league as well. I know it doesn't reflect in his rankings like maybe Jeremiah's does, but I think him and others have said the league is higher. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's getting a lot of love with Cleveland, 32 with the Bucks, and 31 with the Ravens.
Oh yeah, the Ravens. That's the other one with 2 firsts. Mm-hmm. They can do a lot of different things there. That'll be exciting. What does everybody think about the Chiefs and the? Oh wait, the Jags hold off so that someone can talk about them. Yes, absolutely. That's absolutely what they're doing. That's what they want people. They want Daniel Jeremiah to sit up there for 10 minutes and talk about Lawrence as a player and how Urban Meyer is going to run things. So yeah, that is a guarantee.
Is a guarantee. Going to have a sob story because most of them do. We'll see. I don't know how you could spin a sob story out of Trevor Lawrence, though.
It's really hard when he looks like the top prospect in, I guess, since Luck. I mean, maybe like hindsight, if you say Mahomes, whatever, that's fine. I get it. But like,
maybe accidentally cut his hair one time.
Yeah,
You don't know.
That's possible. That could be. That's possible. All right, picks in War Room. Actually, pretty spaced out. Looking nice in Jacksonville. It's no LA Rams War Room, let's say, but
yeah. Well,
not a bad one here. But Jaguars fans have to be excited. I mean, this is a guy who's hopefully going to change the game for them in a division that feels kind of up for grabs, honestly. I mean, obviously, Tennessee and Indy both go to the playoffs last year. Tennessee's probably the favorite right now. Obviously, Indy, many think, go downgrade from Rivers to Wentz, which is crazy to think about. If you said that 2 years ago, people think you're nuts. But the Jags draft Lawrence here, and you kind of assume where else they're going to go here and talk about what they're going to put together. Where do you see a potential Trevor Lawrence team finishing in 2021?
That's a good question. I mean, it's an Urban Meyer team too.
It is. It's true.
yeah.
I don't know.
Here we go.
Zach Wilson.
Wouldn't that be wild?
Come on.
Trevor Lawrence.
Did you see the Green Bay right in front?
Yes, I'm sure they're loving getting a spot just for all this today. All right, well, you know what that means, folks. We're gonna get ourselves a nice little graphic here for everybody to enjoy. Just let you know. Once I get it up.
I do find it interesting that Twitter has had on their "What's Happening" thing for the last 7 or 8 minutes that Lawrence.
I know, yeah, they've been sitting on it. The pick had to be in, and it takes a while. But here we go. A little graphic here on Trevor Lawrence. I mean, what can you say about a player like him? I mean, the elite arm talent, the poise amongst the chaos. I think when you watch him throw back shoulder footballs, it's incredible stuff. I mean, the placement you can put on that. Accuracy and placement, great athlete. I mean, if you watched him, maybe not this previous game against Ohio State in the playoff, but the one the year ago now and some change. I mean, the ball, the run he took to the house, I mean, showing off some speed there, no doubt. And a little bit maybe of deep accuracy question marks. I think he kind of qualmed those a little bit more in 2020. But again, I think he's great velocity, accuracy on the move, and he drives outside the numbers. There's really not a lot of negatives with a player like Lawrence.
Well, what's crazy about Lawrence is, had he come out last year, would he have been the number one pick?
Oh, yes.
Right?
Of course.
So that's just
of course.
I mean,
which makes it even more insane.
He's generational, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a class where you would say, oh, he's not the first overall pick, and probably, like we said, the last 7 drafts, maybe. I mean, you think I would assume he goes over Goff and Wentz. I assume he goes over Winston and Mariota.
Yeah.
Obviously, Trubisky was the first quarterback off the board.
Yeah, but they were ranked low, those guys.
Yeah,
Mahomes and
Trubisky
Watson.
Trubisky was very much a consensus QB1. I remember Watson was my QB1, but Mahomes was my QB3 after Trubisky.
Yeah.
Nice little whiff there, and I think a lot of people whiffed on that.
Oh, everyone whiffed on it. But if you ask people on Twitter, everyone got it right.
Yes, that's the thing. That's the thing.
That's why I created this site. Because I'm like,
yes,
bullshit.
This is what I need. And Denny, I'm going to send you, because I didn't make the vertical board yet of what I had, but I posted my positional rankings because I want them out there and I want to be blamed for it, obviously. So, and I'll admit to having Rosen very, very high in 18. So, listen, we all miss. And so, he is kind of skinny. That's a little bit, Mitch. I would agree. I mean, 213, is a little bit skinny for his size. I mean, I think. But again, this player is outstanding. Nate, do you think he goes first overall in any other year, probably after 2012?
I don't think I've seen a better prospect in my entire life. And
there you go.
I'm not uncommon in that belief. There are only 5 prospects that rank higher than him, 4 technically, that rank higher than him coming out of high school in the history of pretty much high school scouting with 24/7 Sports. The first one is Jadeveon Clowney. The second one is Robert Nkemdiche. The third one is Rashawn Gary. The fourth one, Vince Young. Talk about a name. And then you have him, right, tied with Ernie Sims. It's just it's legendary company in terms of especially high school players. He could have come out of high school into the draft, a la NBA, and
Now
been
that
our
would be
team
interesting.
in the first round. He would have been in the first round. I have no doubt.
So what year was he recruited? He was a freshman in, I guess.
He was recruited in the class of 2018.
18. So that would have been that class with
And he had been committed.
I mean, he goes number one over Baker to Cleveland for sure.
He had been committed since 2016.
Was really,
the number one
I feel
player in high school, was the number one player in any position.
Yeah.
He's a rare prospect, and I think we all are going to look back on the times we watched him in college. At least, you don't know about NFL careers, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And say, yeah, I saw that guy. He was pretty insane.
Yeah, this will be one we'll remember for sure. Obviously, Jets are on the clock now, but yeah, I mean, if he fails, it's colossal. It is colossal failure by maybe not even the Jags. It's not even the Jags' fault necessarily. It could be both, but this would be one that a lot of people in 3 or 4 years would be shocked if he's not a top 10 quarterback at least, and that may be bare minimum. Truthfully,
I think the only thing I can see is injuries. That's literally the only thing I can see.
Yeah, and so we hope at least the Jaguars don't do what the Colts did with Luck. Don't do what the Bengals seem to be doing now with Joe Burrow.
This is so stupid if they go wide receiver.
Oh, yeah. The Bengals one's going to be wild.
Oh, my gosh.
If it's wide. And I kind of think it is wide receiver at 5. It's nuts. But I feel like Twitter and Draft Twitter, the evaluators there, which do great work, and there's a lot of great people there, I think have him higher than the league does. Because I think Daniel Jeremiah has Slater out of him. And I know Jeremiah's rankings are kind of tied in with the league. So it'll be interesting to see if Slater indeed goes before Sewell tonight. I don't think it'll happen, but the way Jeremiah's been talking, I mean, and again, the season we've had, Sewell sat out, Slater sat out, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of chatter that those two guys were closer than most people think as far as their evaluation.
Yeah. I know a lot of people have Darius. Some people have Darius OT2. I think Slater is a very impressive pass protector. He might be. I think he's better than Sewell in that regard. Truthfully, I think Sewell, obviously, in the run game, movement skills, body control in general is better. But I think if you're looking at just purely pass protection in general, I think Slater's a lot better. Truthfully, draft day, JD, what's going on, man? Good to see you. Nate, how you doing over there? He must be fixing something up, or Nico's doing something. But yeah, I mean, listen, Jets pick is in. We assume this is going to be Zach Wilson. If it's Justin Fields, let the floodgates open before we even get to pick 3. Which is not something that we expected.
So then, let's say Fields goes 2, which he won't. It's going to be Zach Wilson.
Goodell's coming out here now.
Oh,
so if it is, I would assume this is.
Yeah. I mean, you would have heard chatter. You would have had somebody.
There would have been something that said. Yeah. There it is. There it is. Oh.
Hey, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good.
I had it up on it was on. I used Twitter to get on the link, so I had to put it on my internet browser. I just could not stand the format anymore.
Okay. No, you're good. You're good. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So Zach Wilson, the pick. Oh, here I've got our fun little graphic here as always. And I mean, shame it is not Justin Fields, because I think I thought it made things really interesting. But there's Zach Wilson. Obviously posted that picture earlier today, and a lot of people had fun with that. Talking about that he was going to prom. All that good stuff.
Oh,
he put a picture out today and talked about the draft and in his suit, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, prom is an important day," because he's definitely got the baby face. But I mean,
God,
listen,
I'm worried about this pick. This San Francisco pick.
San Francisco's on the clock now, and I think everybody's kind of like, I don't care. We knew this coming in. We came here for this third pick. We came here for the third pick and the chaos that would ensue after. Again, Zach Wilson, what do we see? Loose and quick motion and delivery. He's got a loose arm, and he can unload it. Weight on the field. I would say this quarterback class in general, you're going to see these graphics. The arm talent's pretty much excellent with all of them. Just feel like you have to include it. I mean, makes a crossbody throws that are nuts, and kind of a reminder of what Jordan Love can do outside the pocket. He really does make plays with his legs, makes plays out the pocket. Hey, the Jordan Love thing, that's not a bad thing, Nate. Why are you
trying to make
laughing?
yourself feel better with A-Rod news?
Why are you laughing? I'm serious. I think Wilson does a really good job outside the pocket. Okay?
He's
the
to
loose.
remind you of the situation.
Whatever. Nate's going to do it all night just for the Packers to trade out of 29. Anyway.
Anytime there's a trade, like it comes up, the pick has been traded, bang,
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers comment.
Yeah, of course.
Coming right.
I mean,
at
I
you.
think the one thing with Wilson is you see him bail clean pockets at times. I don't know if that's just that's a reading the field issue, or I just want to make plays beyond a couple reads issue. But like for him, this is where he needs to be able to, at least I think, work on getting the ball over the middle of the field. He doesn't attack it as well. He doesn't read it as well over the middle of the field. I don't know if it's just, and I know a lot of the BYU offense let him, go vertical, go deep a lot. But I think this is why a lot of people were wondering, if he was available at 3 for the Niners, that he might not be a fit, truthfully. So like, I think with now in LaFleur's offense, younger LaFleur's offense, that you have to just give him a lot of play action to start, give him those vertical shots. And I think they're going to be able to. They got Corey Davis, they got Denzel Mims, they got Crowder, a lot of guys who can win deep. So, it'll be exciting. And the offensive line is there, that's getting better. I kind of hope they go offensive line at 23 if there's somebody there worth taking. But I have no qualms other than obviously I would take Fields at 2. But I don't know where you guys are at on that one, truthfully.
So I got super distracted there. I was looking at.
Sorry, I rambled a lot. I didn't. I apologize.
Nick saying Utah to New York about the culture shock, that is so accurate, and that's something I think
Yeah.
a lot
It's going to be something to watch.
But sheesh, I know where I would prefer to be. And I
he's
like
a
sleep,
Utah
so
kid too. Like
Yes.
I think it's like his dad played at Utah, right?
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I remember hearing that.
I think he grew up as
I
a
mean,
Utah fan and then went to BYU. So then he had to
Yeah, he
change
was
his
a
allegiance.
defensive lineman,
Yeah.
Mike Wilson.
Yeah. Listen, this is great. Zach Wilson, get him an interview. That's fine. We are worried about what the San Francisco 49ers are going to do here at 3. Let's be honest. But you got something about
Zach
Wilson?
Wilson is of Polynesian descent?
I did not know that, actually.
Wait, what?
He's Hawaiian. Yeah,
Is he really?
he is. He was the co-recipient of the
Interesting.
2020 Polynesian College Football Award.
What the hell? Okay.
Interesting. Well,
Yeah.
they just showed a graphic.
There
Jets
you go.
QB selected in the first round. It's Chad Pennington, Mark Sanchez, Sam Darnold, and now Zach Wilson.
Oh,
I'm not going to
God.
say that's great
I
company.
mean, Pennington was
was
okay.
good.
Yeah,
Injuries were the thing with him. Yeah. Otherwise, I think if without injuries, I think you look at there, you're like, all right. I mean, Sanchez never really was that dynamic player.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think obviously Darnold was toolsy, but just had just a lot of issues that weren't corrected. So
He saw a lot
we'll
of
see.
those.
We'll see. I kind of hope this is Kyle Pitts. I don't know about anybody else.
Kyle
That would be
Pitts with
amazing.
Kittle? Oh,
Yes.
shit.
That's what I want to see. I want to
would
see this
be-
thing in a tailspin. They gave up 3 firsts to get Kyle Pitts.
That would be absolutely chaotic.
Honestly, I think that's a little bit better than giving up 3 firsts for Mac Jones. So I guess half a win, maybe if they go Kyle
Oh,
Pitts.
man. This is that, man. This is the pick that's we've all been waiting for.
It is. It's the pick that I think the world is tuned in. They're tuned in. They want to know so bad what this is going to be. And you hope that it is not Mac Jones, but
I saw former sports
you
guys
never
writer
know.
JD was in the chat. What's up, JD? How you
yes,
doing?
he was here. Yes.
Periscope chat, hanging out.
Yeah, hanging out while we watch the Niners do something that we kind of dreading. But we'll see. We'll see. Picks in. I'm sure the world is.
I'm still not sold.
I'm shook. I'm kind of shook still at the moment. I don't know. Oh,
Pick is in. I secretly, I really want the Bears to trade up for Fields if he falls.
I don't.
I do. I absolutely do. And I'm like anti trading all your picks away, but Pace loves it. But
yeah, I mean it.
So I have to kind of hope that this is Mac Jones.
Yeah, I think if it's Mac, well, I think Mac Jones opens a real possibility that I mean, Arthur Smith's going to want a quarterback with a lot of tools who can, mechanics, runs his offense, a little outside zone. I feel like Trey Lance might fit there.
Talking about
with Atlanta?
Yeah, for Atlanta. I don't think it's out of the realm that they go quarterback. I mean,
so they've been heavily mocked Kyle Pitts. I mean, 80% of the mocks have been Kyle Pitts.
They have. They certainly have, yeah. Oh man, I can't watch. I have a graphic. I have a graphic up. I'm not going to say which one it is.
I think I know who it is.
But I think, man, we'll see. Is this the greatest smokescreen of all time? We're going to find out. Oh, he's here. Oh, he's here.
About the Rodgers trade?
Man. Yeah, I did see that. Rumor is the Rodgers trade to Denver is done. That would be especially since there was something about a half hour ago that said they're not interested. So that'd be interesting. Oh
gosh. Who is it? Don't be anyone but Fields.
It's Trey Lance. Okay. Oh, it's not Mac Jones. Woo!
Much better.
Oh man.
Good. Well
it's
done.
Trey Lance. Oh
well,
my word.
Now I'm worried that Mac Jones is going to fall to the Bears, and I don't want Mac Jones.
That's certainly possible.
Oh, God.
It wasn't the one I had up.
Who'd you have up?
I had Mac Jones up.
Yeah.
But hey, you know what? I think this is good for San Francisco. I think this is the sit 1 year, let Lance learn, and he's going to become something I think really special in this 49ers scheme.
Are they going to trade Jimmy G to the Patriots still?
That is the question. I don't know. I think the whole Jimmy G thing, I saw someone do a little mock trade with Green Bay giving Rodgers to San Fran, getting picks, and then Garoppolo goes to the Patriots in that deal. Like that would have been like one of the wildest 3-team trades of all time. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't think they do this year necessarily because I do think Lance is in that project area where, again, not a lot of starts either in college. Obviously dominated when he did start. 28 TDs, no picks in 19. Only played one game last fall, and it was a little shaky, honestly. And, I think a lot of people a little shook by that, even though it was one game and we act like, quarterbacks can't have those sometimes.
So if I remember correctly, early on, like when people didn't even do any analysis on 2021 mock drafts, I want to say Trey Lance was the third quarterback at that time. It was just Fields was 2.
Yes.
Right? So like Zach Wilson was a non-factor. No one even knew who he was. Mac Jones, again, no one knew who he was. So it was like Trey Lance was that X factor guy. So him going third seems pretty like on point.
Yeah, that's one of those wild things that's from summer to spring. We find someone who has not moved. Obviously, Lawrence hasn't moved, but to see the third quarterback necessarily not change after so many months is pretty cool to see. And that's a fun little trend. Mm-hmm. So Lance, what do we see? I mean, I think some of the best mechanics in the class, truthfully. I think he gets a good base, and I think great delivery. It's quick. People think it's longer. I don't see that too much. I think he's shortened it a little bit. Obviously, when he unloads deep balls, it's very Wilson-esque where he kind of loads back. But the touch to deep and intermediate areas is incredible. I think he's powerful runner. He'll stick his nose down. He'll lower the pads and get after it a little bit. I think he's developing how to maneuver and be calm in the pocket. But again, we talked about it, very high ceiling. I think this is a guy who, if he hits the ceiling, I mean, could be the best in the class. I know it's a wild statement to make, but I don't think it's crazy.
No, I don't think it's completely unfounded either. I mean, we've seen so much of that displayed, even recently, just without him playing, it's kind of been a toss up. And, normally you'd be worried not seeing him play for a season. But with this guy, I've just got a sense of confidence via the landing spot. And I think we go back to actually them not trading Jimmy G this year. I think giving him 1 year at least, or more likely 1 year, maybe not even a full year. I'm not going to give him 2 years, that's for sure. It's a good idea. I mean, I will swear by it. I don't think throwing most rookie quarterbacks into a season as the lead, as the captain, is the greatest idea unless you have a system that is set for success 100%.
So when do we think he gets the ball? Do we think he gets it this year at all? Is there a chance that happens?
Halfway to 3/4 of the way through the season.
You think for sure he will?
I think they are
be a
going
starter
to
at that
try
point.
and go through a season, but I'm not sure that they'll make it.
Okay.
My guess is they're probably going to do something what they did with Tua, where they kind of like forced him in.
Okay.
Interesting. Just to see what he does. That doesn't necessarily mean that Jimmy G is going to play as well as Fitzpatrick's did, but I think that's more likely.
Okay. I think for me, I think depends on how they do this year. If Jimmy G has them rolling on all cylinders, maybe they got out to 4-1, 5-1 start, and they are back to where they were in 19, thinking, okay, this is a team that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender again. They can make this run. I know Tampa Bay and the Rams, Green Bay, I guess, are all in that mix. But I think if they get back to the level they were at and Jimmy G's running the show, I don't think they mess with it. But again, there is obviously always that pressure now to get a QB in there to see what you have early on.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Green Bay has decided not to do that. And to be fair, when Rodgers plays at an MVP level, you're not going to do that. So,
I mean, the Packers did take a backup quarterback and a backup running back with their first 2 picks. So, that's always good.
Yep. And a third tight end. Don't forget about that. Okay.
Hey,
Don't forget that one.
Weapons,
right.
On the offense.
Yeah.
Rodgers wasn't specific about what weapons. He just wanted.
This is true. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I know that. And Mitch says when Jimmy gets hurt, obviously that's certainly possible as well. Jimmy G has had injuries before.
Pick is in.
But yeah, I mean, I think. It's going to be. I mean, Trey Lance. Just thinking about him unload deep balls to Brandon Ayuk down the field, and just to be confident in hitting Kittle and Debo, and they're going to get so creative that as they still will. To have a guy with Lance's arm talent in the building is got to be exciting to Niners fans.
Mm-hmm.
And look at this. They moved up with all those picks, and here we are. We're not criticizing them to death for taking Mac Jones. And it was a pretty good smoke screen.
Poor Mac Jones.
Yeah,
he had no business being in this conversation,
Yeah.
And the media kind of made it out to be, he's going to go third. And now, like, wherever he ends up, every fan base is like, ugh. We got Mac Jones, as the 5th quarterback. But to no fault of his own, he just had no business being at that ranking.
That was a wild discussion that we had for what felt like a long time. I don't even know how long we had the conversation, but it felt just too long. Thank goodness we're here. Thank goodness the Niners pick is out of the way and we get to see where the rest of this draft goes. Obviously, Atlanta's pick is in.
Yeah, I think
is there any chance that it's Fields? Any?
I
know a lot of people, if it's Jamar Chase, then they have built perhaps the best wide receiving core I've ever seen.
They could deal Julio if they had Chase.
I would take Julio, Ridley, Chase over Cooper, Lamb, Gallup, no doubt, in my mind.
Easy.
So, I mean, that would be fun. But Denny said it's Pitts, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying that it would be
Pitts. Cool.
They just, with Matt Ryan being how he
easy.
is, I just don't see it, as like, I'm going to teach this kid, and Justin Fields is good enough to play.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the one thing I think a lot of people were talking about with Atlanta, and Mitch says, I think it's we get 2 drafts, didn't see much of the picks. That's true. We got to see about 1 game or so of maybe just under 2 of DeGuara, you saw Dylan at the end of the season. But yeah, I mean, there wasn't too much. Runyon got a little bit of time, but yeah, we won't see a lot until this year. Hopefully this is a draft where we get to see more players starting. But we'll see. Obviously it's Pitts here for the Falcons. Let's get that graphic up on Pitts.
So with Fields and Jones still around, where's the first spot that some team can jump up and try to get one of these guys?
Miami is one. I think Miami could benefit by going back.
They could. The question with Miami is they moved back to 12, but then moved up again to 6. I feel like with a player in mind.
Yeah, I would agree. I think it would have to be a good trade offer to get them out of 6. But as far as like possibilities go, it's there.
Yeah.
After that, got to look at the order again.
I mean, like there's Lions.
The Lions and the Patriots relationship is the one thing I think a lot of people are talking about for sure.
Yeah.
The Lions have draws with a lot of teams, actually. So
they do.
Make a lot of sense.
You know, I could see Dallas moving down too. I know they're heavily on cornerback, but they could probably move back a few spots, get a couple picks, and maybe pick up a J.C. Horn, or even if they go further down, grab Greg Newsome or Caleb Farley if they want. There's plenty of cornerback depth that they can still get.
Definitely. And again, with Pitts, I think a lot of people see this generational talent, the position. I mean, saying he's the best since Vernon Davis, I think makes a lot of sense. I mean, this dude's a unicorn. He's both receiver, tight end. Mm-hmm. He varies up his release really well. And I have a video for those on YouTube. I do have a video on Pitts. I mean, there are just things he does that not even receivers do. And he does it at the tight end position. He varies up his release, route tempo to win out quickly. He can win that slant route. He wins up the seam. Flat out dominant in the air, adjusts to the football extremely well. He creates throwing windows. He opens throwing windows up, creating with his hands. Just an incredible player. Obviously, he needs improvement as a blocker, but still, I mean, he has the length. And, you know, if you turn on the Texas A&M tape, I think he did a pretty good job sustaining. Obviously, he's more surviving than sustaining, but I think he does a good job. And I think you refine his game a little bit, and you're off to the races with a guy like Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, I mean, he made Kyle Trask a Heisman candidate. You know,
this is true. This is true. Yes, I mean, yeah, no doubt.
Jamar Chase's watch party was cheering when the Falcons picked Pitts.
It's interesting. Also, Carolina. Mitch says Carolina's in play. Yeah, I think that's another team potentially if they feel like they can get who they want moving back a couple spots.
Well, the reason I bring that up, just because it feels good to me, is Jamar Chase grew up in Harvey, Louisiana. They did not want him in Atlanta. The rivalries run deep.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But also, I hate that the Falcons got Kyle Pitts, but I love it at the same time. Hate it as a Saints fan. Love it because we get to see him match up with some incredible defensive, both linebackers and safeties. It should be fun.
So obviously this is going to affect Hayden Hurst from a, like, you know, he is their former first-round pick, tight end.
It's very possible. I mean, they could definitely get more 12 personnel in there if Arthur Smith feels comfortable doing that. I mean, your third receiver is Russell Gage. I mean, I think they're okay. They're probably going to be okay running with Pitts and Hurst because Pitts is basically a wide receiver at times for you. So you have that going for you. If you want to split him out wide, you still have Hurst in there, who's tough, who can block. So it gives you a lot of options to the passing game. And Matt Ryan, got to talk to Aaron Rodgers and tell him what it feels like to get a weapon drafted for you early because, like to have that conversation for sure.
There are quite a few Falcons fans that are not happy with them passing on another franchise quarterback.
I did go on with some guys who do an Atlanta sports show, and they were talking about how half of the fan base wanted Vic back when he got out of prison and didn't want Ryan anymore. And I think a lot of people were like sick of Matt Ryan because he replaced Vic. Yeah. So they like be this high, get another quarterback. If they don't, they don't like him. You're not picking the top 5 very often if you're Atlanta normally. And obviously, Nate, I understand Nate would have liked to see them, I think, take a quarterback they weren't going to use now.
Yeah,
instead of getting Pitts there as obviously as a Saints fan. So
There's
I'm
always
sure it doesn't
a
feel great.
commercial during the Bengals pick. Every year, every single pick. There's
When
always
you talk about the Bengals, I mean,
very sad for Bengals fans.
well, Bengals did a lot last year. Got Joe Burrow, got T. Higgins, draft a couple linebackers and Akeem Davis-Gaither and Logan Wilson. That
they need to draft a tackle here. Protect your franchise quarterback.
should be Sewell.
Just
I kind of think it's Chase, but
if I was Joe Burrow, I would text what.
I think I've seen it.
You've seen it? Is it Slater?
I think.
How would you have seen it?
Oh, they tip him.
Seen it. Yep. I won't say it unless asked.
How would you have seen it?
Because they do tip. They do tip
long, especially as you get later in the draft. They get tipped way early because the broadcast is actually a couple minutes behind the actual time.
Oh, I see. On social media.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I muted that account. I'm fairly confident.
Oh,
Nope. Never mind.
Actually, a Saints reporter broke it.
Yeah, they did.
Nick Underhill broke it, which is interesting. Which actually should be very indicative.
Yo.
Who it is.
Oh my gosh.
Ew,
Nate, why you have to say? Why you have to
I apologize. It was all over my feed.
Well, at least the consensus
does the chat want us to
good.
Yeah, the consensus.
Does the chat want us to say
it.
Chat, you better comment right now. Tell us if you want to know.
I wanted to submit the consensus to the Huddle Report to get a
Oh yeah,
score.
Huddle Report does the scores.
But they do it. I mean, my site does the scores too, but I'm not going to score my own consensus. But
okay,
they wanted their submissions like yesterday evening, and I'm like, well, I have a ton of mocks I'm going to scrape tomorrow.
right, exactly.
And at the time, I think Justin Fields wasn't a consensus to any team, which is crazy. That's just how no one knows where this guy's going to end up.
Yeah, truthfully, it feels like we shouldn't be sitting here really at pick 5 talking about where Fields should go. But again, this could be one of those slides for, Watson slid to 12. Allen was the 7th pick, obviously Lamar was the 32nd pick. So, I mean, we never know with these guys. I mean, Fields could easily be the best quarterback of this class. And I say that I think with 3 of the guys, I'm confident that 3 of them could be. Not as confident in Wilson to be the best, but he still could be very good.
Mm-hmm.
But Fields is just the toughness after taking a hit that I don't know that a lot of us on Twitter who type a lot for a living would be walking after a hit that he took in the semifinal game. And he comes out, throws a touchdown on the same drive, comes out and uncorks a ball 60 in the air and just goes and dominates Clemson in a revenge game. So
can we just talk about the fact that the Bengals were 29th in pass block win percentage? 29th.
Oh, there you go, Denny. Yeah, that's a good idea.
All
right.
It's just it hurts.
The Bengals do select Jamar Chase. Clearly, I think listening to Joe Burrow rather than team building philosophy, truthfully.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about Joe Burrow, what he did really well in that championship title run season is he had 2 receivers who could go up and get the football down the field, and it helped the deep ball accuracy out because he didn't have to be precise with it. He could be in the general area and have 2 guys who can go get it. Now he has 2 guys who can go get it in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, and he has his quote-unquote not as good as, but Justin Jefferson in the slot in Tyler Boyd. So again, another offense now with 3 wide receivers who can make an impact at all levels of the field.
It is exciting that Burrow and Chase are back together.
It is a little
obviously okay, minus the offensive tackle situation, but
yes,
this is going to be cool to see them.
Oh yes,
absolutely. I think it'll be very, very fun.
Yeah,
and honestly, I hate to say this now because it feels dirty to what I've said this entire time, but they might be able to find someone who can plug and play at tackle should they need it. And
I think Mitch agrees with you.
This is a deep
There.
tackle class too, so
Yeah.
you might be able to grab one in the second round, especially
it's
being
deep,
having
wide,
a high
it's
pick.
deep tackles. So
Yeah, and I think the other thing in terms of when you talk about tackle, I mean, it sounds like they want Jonah Williams to still play left tackle for them.
yeah,
So the question now is, are you going to get a right tackle? Or are you going to get a guy with versatility in round two? I mean, that has to be the focus now. Round two, or maybe the Bengals get aggressive. Maybe the Bengals are the Packers trade partner at the bottom of the round. I don't know.
I was thinking about that as well.
Maybe they see Eichenberg or Dylan Radins or Leatherwood, some of these guys who have, people are wondering where they're going to go if they go round one or early day two. Like maybe they come up, they have a guy in mind, and they make him the selection. So we'll see. I mean, it seemed like it, in all sense, that when Chase got steam at this pick, that it was not smoke at all. It was the direction the Bengals were going to go, and they felt like they were confident in that. So now, what does Miami do here at 6? I think there's a favorite in mind for most people. Oh, I didn't show the graphic.
Oh, the pick is actually in already.
I didn't show the graphic. Hang on. Let's show a Jamar Chase graphic, Nate. I'm sure Nate would like the Jamar Chase graphic. Yes,
I would.
I think with this one, you're talking one of the two Alabama wide receivers.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Unless the whole Sewell report that came out, yesterday, that I think Miami was considering Sewell at 6, and potentially Devontae Smith would fall to them, or they would get a guy like Rashad Bateman at 18.
That would be crazy. Because
So
who would have thought that Sewell would have been here at 6?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of us probably did not. I think Jeremiah probably in the back of his mind was like, yeah, this is kind of what we're going to see.
Is that what Jeremiah mocked him? I don't even know.
I think he gave them Chase last night in his mock, but
let's take a look.
While we're taking a look at that, Jamar Chase, let's talk about him. 6 foot, 0 and 3/8, 201. Nate, you got a scouting report? You want to read the graphic? You want to have some fun? You want to talk about your guy from a school that you love to watch?
I can. I mean, I think a lot of Joe Burrow's best traits are brought out by guys just like Jamar Chase, to where he can go downfield, but he's also got shifty routes. Heisman Trophy winner, 2020. And a lot of that was his receiving core. Joe Burrow, not Jamar Chase, of course. And as a true sophomore, it was so much fun to watch him. He set the single-season SEC record for receiving yards, and I think touchdowns. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but I'm fairly certain. He's got just a lot you can see in the 2019 year. The run or the route running technique, hands, even the ball skills and the post catch ability are there. Now, would I take him over Jalen Waddle objectively? It's tough. They're close, but truthfully, I think Jamar Chase has what it takes to get out there and make a huge impact. And I guess you don't have to worry about Joe Burrow getting hit as much if he can get the ball out to a wide open Jamar Chase very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the thing with Chase is he'll beat press consistently. He's physical, he's tough, and he's not going to sit around and take those punches early on. He will punch you right back and get open quickly. Again, is his route tree diverse? I don't think super diverse like a guy like Devontae Smith or Rashad Bateman, but truthfully, it doesn't matter if you can be, crisp with your routes. He can win short and he can win deep. And that's the important part that you're going to want to see. If Burrow's, you're going to help Burrow's deep ball accuracy out. And again, we talked about the O-line's not the best. To be able to win quick is huge. Chase can do that. And I mean, how can you not be excited about that?
Another big thing is with his skill set, he fits a lot of schemes. You don't have to worry about it. With some guys aren't going to fit certain places. I truthfully, objectively think Jamar Chase can fit with almost any team and eventually elevate himself to featured wide receiver standing. Also, I've seen.
I think for me, he's my wide receiver 3, but truthfully, there's a real chance he's still wide receiver 1 if he's in last year's class. I think there's a real possibility of that. I think when you compare this year's to last year's, I think there's more at the top potentially, but I don't think it's as deep. So with a guy like Chase going at 5, I think a lot of teams are telling you that, pass catchers at the top are elite, and then there might be a drop off, and you really have to be, an elite team of scouts to pick out the diamonds in the rough there.
I think this wide receiver class is going to be one we look back on in maybe even next year and say, wow. Truthfully.
So here's something I wanted to pose, because I was thinking about this now the last couple of weeks, because I was watching old drafts. And
so Waddle's the pick, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes, I do see Jalen Waddle as the pick for the Dolphins.
Consensus is right again, baby.
It's
so
on
Sewell now. So we're not talking about Sewell outside the top 6. Everything good there?
Yeah. Hold on, let me go check something.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, so it's Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins. And something I was thinking about was that when you look at the top 4 receivers in 2014 and compare them to this group, there are similarities. And, you talk about potentially a Devontae Smith being maybe a not as fast version of Odell. You talk about Jamar Chase being maybe the Mike Evans of this class, the physical, beat you up, win at the catch point receiver. Jalen Waddle, maybe the Sammy Watkins or Brandon Cooks of this class. And then you have maybe the Rashad Bateman, who's maybe the Devontae Adams of this class. And so if you think about those 4 comparatively to the either 4 or 5, depending on who you want to compare Waddle to between Cooks and Watkins, I don't think it's crazy to think that the top 4 could be very, very good players, elite players.
Yeah.
I don't know where you're at, Nate, if you think about that comparison or not.
No, I definitely think that's fair.
We need a graphic.
I don't have a lot more to add to it than that. I think you kind of took the words what I was thinking out of my mouth.
Do you think that Waddle is more Cooks or more Watkins? Because I could see both.
And it's hard for me to be unbiased in that because I really don't like Brandon Cooks at all. I think he has less concussion protocols than Brandon Cooks. That's my answer.
Okay. I mean, I think with Cooks, it's Jalen Waddle has better ball skills. He's going to win more at the catch point than Cooks would. So maybe Watkins is more of a comparison, because Watkins had the speed back in 2014 that looked like just a different level. I don't know, Denny, if you heard that or not, or where.
I didn't hear anything.
Oh, so I was saying and Don says the Chase pick throws off everything. Next few teams willing to trade. Partners are changing, that's for sure.
Lions pick is in, so they were a potential trade out.
Yeah, that's another trade, and we'll see. What I was saying is, Denny, I think this class could parallel a lot to 2014, where you have a player like Jamar Chase who's a lot like Mike Evans, and very much how he wins. You have a player like Devontae Smith who's maybe a little bit slower version, but has similar traits to an Odell Beckham. You have a Jalen Waddle has similar traits to a Sammy Watkins or Brandon Cooks, and you have a Rashad Bateman who wins very much like Devontae Adams does. And so I'm wondering if you can see that and say that maybe that's possible with a class like this, that they could end up like 14 at the top. And I know it's a very heavily loaded question, but
there was a lot to that question, sir.
There was. So do you see?
That was a lot.
So the parallel. Sorry, it was a lot of description and maybe not a lot of question there.
Yeah,
I was saying so you see the 4 comparisons. Do you think 2021 class here could turn out like 14s?
To be better than last year's class?
I mean, I think it could be better at the top. I'm saying more comparing to like the 14 class at the top, where it had, Watkins, Cooks, Evans, Beckham, and Adams, where it wasn't as deep. Because last year's I think was deep, but it's tippity top at the top.
Yeah, I mean these guys are. I would say Bateman is kind of like, I wouldn't say he's tippy top, right? There's Chase, Waddle, and Smith, like the really high end guys, and then there's Bateman, and then there's like a clump of like Tony and Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall, even Rondale Moore if you want to go there. So I would say I'm curious because these guys are small guys, and I know the NFL is kind of going that way.
This is true.
So they're all like slot guys in a sense. So I'm curious to see if they're all going to be wide receiver 1, stud players.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people probably, if they haven't been paying attention to measurables and they're tuning in, for the draft tonight, they've seen Waddle play. Probably 5'9.5" is not what you assumed Waddle is.
Right.
I don't think a lot of people are like, oh yeah, he's 5'9.5", 180.
No, that's literally insane.
That seems way smaller than he looks, does it not?
He plays way out of his size,
especially at the catch point. Yeah, so like that's just weird. That like, I remember writing him up a couple months ago and be like, are you kidding? Like this is, and then they had the pro day, and I was like, are you kidding? And I had it. They said they had listed him, I think at like 5'11", maybe more like 188. So. But again, it's field tilting speed for him.
Right.
Are they? Well, I don't. Oh, it is. Yes. So it is. We do indeed know what the pick is for our friends, the Detroit Lions. At least our NFC North friends.
Man, they're pumped.
They're pumped that a guy falls this far. I mean, listen, if there was a player. Yeah, this is what I mean. This is like if there's a player that was available here at 7 that Dan Campbell would love. I mean, and we can say the pick is it's Penei Sewell.
Yeah,
and we've seen it for those. If you want to, okay. So real quick, chat. If you guys want to hear us tip the picks, that's fine. If you don't, let us know. Just let us know. But we've reached the era now of where the picks are tipped all the time.
Well, it's especially easy when the NFL has picked 7 picks in an hour and a half. They make it kind of easy to tip.
That's true.
Insiders are going to get that information eventually.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely.
But I do like that. I feel like I remember back in the day, they would tip it on TV.
Ugh, that's rough.
And it was terrible. It was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But I don't want to know.
Right.
Yeah, right. Half the fun is the commissioner. But yeah, I mean, Penei Sewell.
Do you ever think you'd be saying that about Roger Goodell?
That is a draft party. Yeah, I mean, listen, people tune in to hear him booed all the time,
You're right.
Go ahead. It's not a birthday present. That's funny. I like that. It's not a birthday present. It's true.
Roger Goodell being booed is best Roger Goodell. That's top Roger
What
Goodell.
is happening here?
All right, so
what the television. Okay.
So
sure.
I think with this next pick with Panthers, I think this is probably the trade up. You have to trade up here because I think if Fields falls to 9, Fields is going 9 to Broncos.
You would think so. You would think Fields is going to Denver, who has potentially said we're going to trade Drew Lock tomorrow.
Right.
We feel like that is a possibility. So maybe they've all along believed they're going to get Justin Fields at 9. Yeah, if you're Bill, I mean, this is a no-brainer, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
To move up here? Like, there's no reason. Like, you have Newton for a year, but Justin Fields would unlock so much in your offense. And again, I feel like Justin Fields in New England would give us the same conversations we've been having since 2000. That why do the Patriots keep winning? So, but again, maybe Bill likes Mac Jones. Who knows? We really don't know. I mean, it seemed like from the one reaction from the pro day. When Jones, was it when he hit the ceiling? Was it that throw that he reacted to?
Oh, this is Mac Jones, right?
Yeah, he was at the pro day. Was it the one who hit the one that hit the ceiling, or was it the overthrow that he reacted? Oh, it was the overthrow. Okay, I remember him reacting. Yeah. So like, how do you think you sit there and you're like, that's definitely not it, right? Like that's like I don't like this guy. Like if you're Bill Belichick, I assume you don't think you do. So. This is it's going to hinge on Carolina. Yeah. Yep. We'll see. This could be just Rashawn Slater. Off we go.
Yeah.
So, do we want a Penei Sewell graphic?
Yes.
What do we think? There's a lot of people in here. Hello, welcome. My goodness. Welcome. We are flying up there. But yeah, we are just talking, obviously, some draft. It's the biggest, most exciting day of the year, unless, maybe like day 2 more. I share that sentiment.
Like Christmas.
It is like Christmas.
No, I said I like Christmas.
Oh, well, it is Christmas. So here's Penei Sewell. 6'4", 331. Just a large dude. Body control, movement skills are absurd. He does things technically in the run game that you don't see a lot of people do. And I think he's composed, balanced, and pass pro. I think there are some, minor hitches he has sometimes, but overall just really refined for a guy who is, I believe, 20 at this point. So it's just incredible. Yeah, no defense. That was the other thing. I don't remember the last time they said there's been no defensive player picked in the top 10. I assume Dallas.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. So think about it. If this is Slater and then Fields goes 9,
right?
I mean, it will probably be broken at 10, you would assume, with Dallas, who needs it basically everywhere on defense.
Devonta could go 11.
Yes, which I hope he does not.
And then J.C. Horn could go 12. So that's another defensive player.
And that's why so that was the other thing I think that people were talking about today is, would there be a lot of trades? Because it seemed like 2022 picks were gold to a lot of teams who could hopefully go through a normal draft process, which you haven't had in 2 years.
All right, pick is in, so no trade.
No trade. It's going to, I would assume.
This has got to be Slater. Unless they really feel strongly about Fields, that he fell to them. But, I mean, mock draft, consensus is 37% Rashawn Slater, so there's a strong feeling that it's going to be Slater.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wonder what everyone thinks. John, what's up, man? Prayers up for Dallas. They need a lot on defense. Nate, you see?
No. Hey,
John says prayers up for the Cowboys. It's time for defense.
Really slow on mine.
It's time for defense, John, hopefully. But this you got to believe.
I have just been trying to find this one. Not gonna
lie. That's what I'm looking for, too. I don't see it.
This one was well-kept secret. I'm okay with that. It's the Patrick Mahomes cornhole commercial, the State Farm commercial. One of my favorites.
Is this? There's only 2 players I think it would be here.
Slater.
One is Slater, and I truly think the other one is J.C. Horn, not Patrick Surtain.
I think that's fair.
Yep. Okay. I know what it is. I found it.
Oh, yep. I see it. That makes sense, though.
So here we go. Defense and no injuries. That's true. Yes, that would be good.
Wow.
Defense and no injuries. So it actually is, folks. So the defensive slide stops here. And the Panthers will select J.C. Horn. First corner to come off the board is not Patrick Surtain.
That's kind of crazy.
There we go. So, yeah, the Panthers go J.C. Horn. I mean, listen, I don't think there are any arguments. I think a lot of people have Horn and Surtain at the top now, obviously with the Farley injury that has, I assume, dropped him off really as consensus. Maybe even cornerback 3 might not even be anymore. I'm not sure.
He is still.
He still is? Okay, he's still cornerback 3 consensus wise. I know some people started to put Newsome over him down the stretch here as the injury was concerning. But yeah, the pick's J.C. Horn, and I mean, this dude finds the football. He is tenacious and feisty. Impressed man. He'll get in your face. He'll let you know. He's going to let you know that he made a play on you, and he's going to be here all day. And what he did to Seth Williams is that's just how you want press man corners to play. Like, that is just some of the best.
That's the wide receiver from Alabama, right? Or from Auburn.
Yes, that is the receiver from Auburn. He made life very difficult for him all day long.
And I want to say he's going to be one of the top wide receivers next year.
Who is?
Correct? Seth Williams.
I think, isn't he? He's in this draft. Is he not? He hasn't gotten the steam that at all in this class. But yeah, I believe he's in this class. Him and Schwartz both.
Oh, yeah, he is. You're right.
Yeah. So
who am I thinking of?
For Auburn next year? Or for
Auburn?
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like they have a stud wide receiver.
They do have a stud. They probably have a stud wide receiver. I know they have a stud running back.
Who am I thinking of?
In Tank Bigsby, I believe. But
maybe not.
I mean,
I was thinking of George Pickens from Georgia.
Oh, from Georgia, yes.
Yeah,
Him and Keyshawn Butte from LSU. And then obviously Mechie from Bama are probably the three that
Olave from Ohio State.
Yeah.
And the
Olave
other guy,
and
Garrett
Garrett Wilson. Treylon Burks from Arkansas.
Justin Ross from
Justin
Clemson.
Ross coming back. That's right. And he'll have a darn
We'll
good
see.
quarterback.
We'll see how he does, though.
Yes, it's true. So yeah, J.C. Horn, 6'205". I mean, this is press man. This is reroute wide receivers, mess up your timing. This is elite ball skills. And I will say, now the Panthers have still not picked an offensive player since the 2019 draft. Crazy enough. Crazy thing, but it's true.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. What did you say?
The Carolina Panthers have still not selected an offensive player in the draft since 2019 now.
Wow. The entire
they went all defense last year. All defense under Matt Rule's first draft. And they continue to do that now. It is wild. And Nate's got the Broncos Elway jersey on. And let's take a look here.
Nate, are you a Broncos fan?
I am not a Broncos fan. So the story behind this jersey, my Uncle Rob, who died of cancer this year, is a Broncos fan. So he is a huge Broncos fan. So rocking it for him through this pick. All up.
Nice.
Also,
who would he want?
And I love John Elway.
It's true. Who would he want?
So who
anybody but a quarterback. I can confirm it would have been anybody but a quarterback. He was tired of seeing them draft quarterbacks. He wanted them to go out and get one.
This is the age-old question here. Is this Fields? Fields at 9?
It had Trey Lance here.
Oh.
So
I think if it's not, I think it's then Micah Parsons. I would assume there is no one else. I mean, I think Fangio would love a guy like Patrick Surtain, but I believe that cornerback room is very full and they love where it's at. Obviously, Kyle Fuller's there now. You know, you feel good about where Michael Hemudia is at in his development. You still brought Callahan over. Like this, that's a good corner room.
Mm-hmm. The Bears shot themselves in the foot with getting a quarterback by releasing Fuller, because this would have been Surtain, probably.
Yes, it would likely have been Surtain here.
Mm-hmm.
I think if if there was no Kyle Fuller in Denver.
Yeah.
But now, do we wonder if it's Parsons or Fields? You would assume. Mitch, I don't know. I would assume Fields is obviously in the conversation. He wouldn't be if they were thinking about trading, Drew Lock. So, but now I know there are Packers fans watching on YouTube. Appreciate you guys, obviously. If Green Bay is to move Rodgers tonight, this is the time to do so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fields is on the board.
That's why they're probably taking forever.
Potentially for this pick here at 9 to select Justin Fields. That's the only way I think Green Bay would feel okay dealing Rodgers today, is getting a guy like Justin Fields who, hey, he was on my final Packers board, just saying. So we'll see. But can you imagine? So, yeah, I mean, obviously the big tipping point is if it's not Fields and if it is Parsons, where do we believe Fields goes then? Is this Chicago has to make a move, you would think?
Or Washington, or
Washington, yeah.
Because he'll probably he could fall to the Eagles at 12. That could be interesting.
That's a conversation, you would think.
Yeah.
He could be one of the ones we see involved in our first trade of the night as well at some point. I think I could see that happening pretty easily.
The only thing is, Dave Gettleman doesn't trade down.
That's true.
He would never do that.
That's true.
Right? Like,
he would really be breaking a big habit.
Oh, the Chargers have to be loving this right now, though. Like, if you're a Chargers fan and you're in the Chargers front office, you're Telesco, you see Darisaw and Slater are both there right now at pick 9. You know this is probably not going to be one of them.
This trade is, or this
unless
is still not
the Giants feel super unconfident in both Thomas and Pert, who they drafted last year. I don't think they're going that direction either. Then it's Philly, who have maybe moved on from Andre Dillard. But I think you're getting one of the two. And you should feel very good about that if you're a Chargers fan at this point. Picks in for Denver.
The pick is in. Okay. I was getting worried there. I was kind of confused. I was like, are we going to see a trade? Or they were probably looking at all their options there.
It's funny why, following Twitter. Bears Twitter was going crazy.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm trying to pick up what Twitter's putting down here while we're live, while we're going through this first round. And yet, we don't know. And now people are tweeting, keep watching the Saints. Yeah. I mean, if you're the Saints, Fields, hello? I don't care how much it costs. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a team like if Philly does not, and it's very possible Philly gets neither corner of the top two. If you're Philly, do you feel good about getting a bevy of picks to maybe make Jalen Hurts the guy or go after whoever you want down the road? Maybe that's the trade partner.
Well, the thing, like, with the Saints is the idea that they might be trading one of their tackles tonight has been a huge rumor as well because the contract situation is not great. Well, and with a little bit of unsurety about next year, it's very possible. But I think this would have been a good spot for it, and didn't happen this time.
Yeah. Pick is in. It's been tipped, too.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually haven't seen it yet, surprisingly. I didn't go looking, though, this time. Usually I'm at least kind of looking.
We are gathered here today.
Oh. Now I know it.
Excuse me?
Things are going wild.
Patrick Surtain Jr. It's the first time I've heard him referred to as Junior.
So they said he said Junior, but on the screen it's the second.
It says the second.
Like, what's going on
second,
here?
Right?
I think it's the second.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what I've heard. That's what I started doing. I thought it was Junior, and then somebody corrected me, I think, a few weeks ago. But oh my gosh! So
always check my site for how to correct spelling because I always search before I set the name.
Here's a question: what's Dallas doing here?
Oh yeah, Dallas is screwed.
Is Dallas going to just say, screw it, Greg Newsom's the highest corner on our board, and we're taking him? Or is this the Saints right here?
They're going to trade out. They have to because they were probably hoping Surtain would be here.
I would, yeah. I mean, I don't think you came in here, any of us came in here thinking Denver is for sure going corner.
Right.
At 9, and it was still iffy. I thought maybe Horn might be the pick for Carolina if they didn't like Slater. And here we are. To where... Wow. Kind of blown away so far. And this is why we love the draft, because we think, at least a lot of people, there were a lot of people on Huddle Report who already was talking about being 8 for 8. Oh, wow. I don't think anybody's 9 for 9 anymore. Truthfully. I don't know how many people had this. I can't imagine it was many.
So Dallas Surtain Jr. on the
what the heck?
Screen. It's weird.
It's like Junior, and so now Mitch says, would Dallas take Parsons at 10?
It's curious. Let's see.
It is because, I mean, Van Der Esch's neck, obviously Lee retired, so you're sitting with Jalen Smith, who's had injury issues of his own.
Or Slater.
Yeah, or you just say, you know what, like, we have spots on our O-line that could use plugging, and I think Slater could potentially play all 5 positions on the offensive line. And it's funny, you think about Cowboys fans were like, if I don't know about any of you guys out there, but Cowboys fans were legitimately angry when you mocked them an offensive lineman at 10. They were mad about it like all the time. Why? So now, could you imagine that those people were right? Oh, do we want a graphic? We want a graphic.
Yeah, let's get a graphic.
Let's get a graphic of Patrick Surtain.
We love graphics.
Pat Surtain, where are you? Here we go. Beast. Let's just say
I cannot believe nobody has even. I just thought somebody would come up for Fields already. I don't know.
The heck?
I don't know. Sharing. That's why we love it, though.
There we go. Okay. Sure. Thanks. Why does the screen share sometimes get buggy? There we go. Patrick Surtain, 6'2", 208. This is a Fangio dude. He'll mix it up in the run game. He's technically sound. He's patient in phase. Smooth transitions. The only thing really with Surtain, and it's probably a nitpick even, is that there are times where he has lapses of awareness and timing at the catch point. Like, that's it. And it's very rare. You saw it in, like, the Florida game against Trayvon Grimes in one of the reps. But, like, overall, this is as – you hate saying the word safe, but, like, he kind of is. But he's just uber talented in that there are really no holes in his game. Whew. Oh, we got a Richard Sherman comp now. I see. But, man, this dude, I don't he's incredible. Incredible.
Oh, man.
It is wild if you think about that. We are now like in the mode where we see not as many linemen and D linemen are going to come off the board here. It's going to be a lot of receiver. And it's going to be a lot of corner. Yeah. And we moved to that analytical approach of throwing and defending the pass as priorities.
Does Greg Newsome go ahead of Caleb Farley?
I'm going to say yes. Just some teams more than others will have injury worries. And some teams definitely value or prioritize.
Ooh.
Okay, little interdivisional trade here.
Interesting. So what is this for?
The Eagles moving up to 10.
Quarterback.
Well, why would they trade up for quarterback?
I don't know.
Because Dave Gettleman ain't trading back, so you could get him at 12. I would assume.
So this has got to be.
This is Slater, right?
You would think so.
This is making sure Minnesota. It could be Devonta, but ahead of the Giants, who I don't expect the Giants to take receiver. Truthfully, I think they're going to take like Pay or maybe even Phillips. This to me might be Slater because they thought, Chargers or the Vikings might move up.
Yeah, but they only moved up. Oh, you thought they would move up?
I'm wondering, if the Chargers liked Slater enough to move up, or the Vikings liked Slater or Darisaw enough to move up, and the Eagles decided, maybe we should get ahead.
If they take a quarterback here, I wonder what Phillies. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't. That possibility would be nuts.
Because I wonder what the Philly fan base would say.
Wait, why is the video of the Cowboys draft room empty?
They took a break. They're not picking.
There is one person sitting in there.
They're not picking. They gotta go get coffee now.
That's true.
They're not done for the night yet.
I respect that.
Dallas got 84 overall for that. That is the pick from the Colts in the Wentz trade.
Okay.
Yeah, this is. I'm saying this is Smith.
Ooh, that Devontae Smith suit is fresh.
I think it is.
Monogram.
Yeah,
that's what that's called, right? Monogram.
So, Denny, I think your initial indication is correct that Devonta Smith was the target here ahead of the Giants, who can now not select him, obviously.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So the Giants are, like you said, going to probably go end with Kwity Paye.
Unless they're like, man, we got to have another D tackle in the mix and get Barmore way early here.
Oh, my God. That would be so
wild.
I
know. I'm not saying it would be good. I'm saying I could see it.
Let me tell you.
Or it's Parsons, right? Maybe it's Parsons, and the Parsons slide stops right there.
The trade does not work in the draft network.
That's what they said. Someone said that. The TDN mock machine does not let that trade go through.
That's hilarious. That is funny. I can't believe they flipped a third with the divisional
rival. Talk about my guy.
Something.
Man, I get to talk about
my
guy.
So skinny, though, man.
Listen, I understand. I get it. And you know what? I will say this. This is something that I've said before to some people, that if I'm in an NFL front office, if I'm a scout in a room, I don't think I can justify taking Smith first or having him at the top of the board, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe take him in the top dozen. But I don't have any repercussions for putting Smith as my wide receiver one. So I can do that, right? So if it's me and I'm the Eagles, here I'm sitting here like, this is probably a move back point over taking Fields. Because, again, you're betting on an outlier in the first round. It's hard to do. It's hard to bet on that. And I'm not saying they should reach or anything. I'm not saying maybe I would reach for a guy like Bateman, even though I'd probably have him. I have him as a top 15 player. But that's why he's off the board third here, right? After Chase and Waddle, who maybe profile a little bit better. Obviously, Waddle's still very small as well.
Yeah.
So he'd maybe be a little bit more of an outlier as well. But again, someone mentioned it. A lot of the outliers have speed. Devonta Smith doesn't have the elite speed that Waddle does.
You know, one thing that in the mocks, I remember like Charlie Casserly came out with his mocks, and he had Fields dropping to the Steelers. I think at what, 24? Is that their pick?
Yes.
And everyone's like, "You're insane."
Can you imagine?
I know. The Charlie Casserly, old man Charlie Casserly.
He got so much flack for that.
I know.
So much. Oh no, Nate, bye. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure Nate will be back in here soon, folks. Technical difficulties as always, but yeah, I mean, Denny, can you imagine?
It would be crazy.
That would be so nuts. At that point, like, I don't even care. I'm the Saints. I am not letting that happen one bit. Tell me I can move up 5 spots.
Yeah.
To get Fields, like,
I mean,
kidding.
Things are working out for the Bears that they may not even have to trade up. Because you'd imagine that.
Could we see another interdivisional trade? They move down, they move up with Minnesota.
That would be crazy.
It's like, I didn't come in here thinking we'd see any interdivisional trade, and here we have Philly and Dallas swapping picks.
Right. For Dallas to have to deal with Devonta Smith now forever.
Yeah. I wonder if Dallas is like, man, we were going to have to deal with him anyway if he goes 11.
That's true.
And they're like, you know what, might as well get a third in the process to maybe get another corner in this deep class to help defend somebody like that.
But yeah, you'd imagine 11 is going to be Parsons or Kwity Paye, and 12 to Dallas would be, I don't know if they take Farley or if they take Parsons if he's there. 13 is going to be Darrisaw or Slater.
Yes. I would think that they're probably going off in succession there, right? 13, 14. Don't know what the order would be necessarily, but maybe the Chargers go Darrisaw over Slater, which would be wild.
That would be wild. That would be crazy.
Because I guess, again, I think if you're the Chargers, you're looking for a true tackle and you don't think Slater has the size and length to play tackle, maybe you just go Darrisaw. And the Vikings, who maybe are still thinking about whether to play Ezra Cleveland at tackle or guard, would like the option to be able to put the best 5 out there at each spot and get a guy like Slater who can play a lot of different spots. I'm sure the Chargers aren't thinking, let's help out Minnesota by any sense, but maybe the Chargers think, we got to go get the tackle, like we know has the measurables. So we'll see. I don't know. It's very possible Nate's internet went out. It could be very possible.
He's so skinny. Look at his legs. Oh my gosh.
Slim Reaper. I'll put the stamp on wide receiver 1 for me and be wrong. Like I
mean, he's a stud.
The bet's on an outlier. It's on an
performs.
outlier. He does. Hey Nate. Hello.
Hey there, guys.
Just in time to watch Devonta Smith, skinny boy, walk on the stage.
Skinny boy.
Cowboys Twitter wants to trade down to the Bears.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Plus, no.
Plus, no.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
New
that's
England's
the
going to
thing.
have their choice of quarterback.
That's the one thing is like the teams that are sitting here in like you're like Philly, you're Carolina, you're Denver. You better hope Fields is not good.
Yeah.
Because boy, are you going to look stupid if Fields comes out and dominates you.
There's going to be a trade here very soon.
I would think so.
For Fields. It's just, it has to be.
So we're sitting here now. We've gone through 10 picks. Obviously, 8 are offense. Still 2 very good tackles on the board. Still 2 very good quarterbacks on the board.
Yep.
Maybe not very good. I don't know where everybody is on Mac Jones.
He's a solid.
He's solid. Player. I think he's, a good-ish player.
Oh,
man, whatever. But who wants a Devonta Smith?
Oh, yes.
The Bears are trading.
This has got to be Fields.
This is Fields.
And if it's Mac Jones, we all collectively laugh.
Come on. Do not take Mac Jones. This better be Fields, man.
I'm not throwing up the Fields graphic anymore. Sorry, everyone. You're not getting a Fields graphic after this. But let's throw up the Devonta Smith graphic, as the Bears have obviously traded up just like Justin Fields and will probably be
Hell yeah.
a just terrifying football team for the next dozen or so seasons because of it.
Do you really believe that?
Yes.
Being a Packers fan, do you really feel like the Bears
Yes.
are going to get a quarterback position correct?
Yes. Because it's
Kyle
Justin
Trask.
Fields. Because it's just if they take Kyle Trask,
No,
I'll laugh so hard.
Mills.
I'll roll on the floor. I'd rather take Mills than Trask, personally.
Yeah,
But
agreed.
But I understand. I get it. Trask had a really good season. I mean,
Trask is also just the meme. I meme Kyle Trask like no other. It's not
So now
even a disrespect thing. It's really not.
So Devonta Smith, really quick before we announce Fields to Chicago, and the city goes absolutely ballistic. Devonta Smith, elite release game, separation, quickness. I think a lot of people started being bearish on Smith on this year because of what Sarkisian did in terms of design. He got a lot of beer. You're good. Yeah. Celebrate, my man. Celebrate Fields. Let's talk about really quick Smith. Okay. Great ball skills and body control. Plays bigger than his size at 166 that he weighed at the combine in Indy. That there wasn't one, but medical check, I should say. Long strider with build-up speed. Straight line speed, run after the catch. Has some moves after the catch. He can sink his hips, change direction. He's tough, catch through contact over the middle of the field. And he has hand swipes. He's technical to win vertically and stack defenders. Just a guy that I think, like I said, Sarkisian got him the ball quick and maximized his straight line speed after the catch, that he has good build-up speed. But this is a guy who, in 2019, separated at will against the SEC's elite. So if you're going to bet on an outlier, maybe bet on an outlier who can create separation rather than a guy who's just pure speed, like guys in the past, like Devonta Smith.
The pick was traded for pick 20, next year's first, a fifth this year, and a fourth next year. For what
It's a lot. It's a lot.
This is good. The Giants getting more picks to eventually have to move up for a quarterback that they're going to need
Next year.
very soon.
Next year.
I would just like to say.
Well, I think with a lot of teams selecting or having selected.
If this is Mac Jones, could you imagine?
I won't have my beer yet until the Bears select Fields. If the Bears draft Jones, I'm gonna pour out this beer.
You absolute morons.
I mean,
I hate. Here's what I'm saying. Everybody who passed now and let the Bears get Fields of all teams, I will never forgive their organizations and will never root for them in any sense anymore.
It's Fields.
You all sicken me, especially Carolina, especially Denver. You guys sicken me.
They really sicken me right now too. Because
the Jets sicken me.
Need a cornerback. This is just rough.
You know what, San Francisco, you sicken me. What are you doing? Take Fields at 3. Oh, man.
Love it. So I'm getting a Fields jersey then, right? Although I think number 1 is retired for the Bears, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay? So what do we think now? What number is he gonna wear?
I don't know.
Who's it
gonna wear? Like,
is it?
Maybe no. So he wears 1, right?
Yeah.
Maybe he just wears 11 because he was picked 11th. He's gonna let everybody know he was picked 11th. Double 1. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm very, very happy.
See, more people are in here right now in the chat because they know I'm going to get upset. They know I'm upset.
The only retired numbers are 5, 28, 41, 42, 56, 61, 66, and 77. Red Grange.
I still think.
I thought 1 was retired because I remember when Paul Ettinger wore that number.
Let me check another article to make sure.
Huh. I hate everyone who passed on him.
Hell yeah.
George Hollis unretired a jersey at one point.
I just don't even, man.
That's incredible. See, this one has.
Could you imagine Rodgers moving on and Fields becoming a Bear in the same weekend? That is just tragedy in 2 acts.
Interesting. The Bears in 2013 said they wouldn't retire any more numbers after Mike Ditka.
Yeah,
I don't think they should ever retire numbers.
There should just be like a what do you call it?
Just have your little Ringer of Honor, Hall of Fame, whatever.
Yep.
And you have the number up there that they wore, but you can let others wear the number. Because like I think
Yeah.
people get like attached to people who wore that number.
Right.
Okay, like I get it, but like if it's like 60 years later,
Yeah.
most of the people don't know them. Like,
Well, I mean, Sid Luckman, who other than like, well, nerds like me and Bears fans know Sid Luckman that well. I mean, that was,
Do you know what number Sid Luckman wore?
Nope.
7, I think.
7. Okay. I knew it was
But
a
like,
little bit
you know,
lower.
his
I
number
knew
is
it was a
irrelevant,
single digit.
but his number's irrelevant, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
that proves the point for sure.
Come on, fuck it.
I mean, I'm probably like the biggest Red Grange fan, and I had no idea what number he wore professionally. So, you know, it's kind of like, I mean, that was in the 40s, or not even 20s. Maybe? Man.
Fuck yeah, man. I'm pumped.
Can we talk about how, like, right now, like, Ryan Pace was knocking on heaven's door as a general manager. And then, in your final year, potentially, you get the option to move up for Justin Fields, who falls out the top 10.
Love it.
That's
So-
got to be – this will be a better comeback than 28-3. It will.
So how
For
pissed
Ryan
off
Pace.
is
It's
Andy
unbelievable.
Dalton? Andy Dalton was told he's the starter.
Yeah, but hey, you know.
I guess he
Listen.
still could be.
To quote Draft Day, we live in a different world than we did
Yeah,
just 30 minutes ago.
that movie.
So now Dallas, do you move back down? Well, okay. You know what, Denny, you've earned the celebration. Let's
I need the
get
graphic.
All right,
let's get the graphic.
Let's get the graphic up
I
here
need to-
on Fields.
I got to fan myself.
Yes.
I
Listen, I understand.
Actually,
You should.
so when all
Enjoy.
the stuff came out about the quarterback, the free agency and everything, I denounced my Bear fandom. However, I brought that back. My Bear fandom is back.
Yeah,
I will be purchasing a Fields jersey
you should.
immediately.
You should.
Um,
If you don't, I'll be a little disappointed.
I'm all
Denny,
in.
I need to see the picture of the Fields jersey when it comes in. True.
Fine,
All right.
done,
I just would like to see it. All right.
done. I will.
As a
do it.
respect to it, as a respect to you.
Yeah. As soon as he announces what number he has, I'll buy it.
All right. I still think he should wear 11, just to let other teams know.
Yeah, it's like a constant reminder of everyone that passed on you.
Yeah, I think he should, because I think he's the one guy, like I guess like Aaron Rodgers, who can really make them pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody was kind of like a little disingenuous when Josh Rosen said it, maybe. But you know, again, let's talk about Fields right now. Okay.
So I like this pick better than the 49ers did at 3.
Yes.
Right? The 49ers gave up way more for Trey Lance.
Imagine having to move up one spot from where you were to get Fields if you're the Niners. That's got to haunt you.
Oh yeah.
That's got to haunt you, you know? Like, that's unbelievable. I mean, what can you say about Fields? Elite arm talent. I mean, the poise and toughness. If the Clemson game didn't tell you he's got poise and toughness,
Yeah.
then no game will tell you any QB has poise and toughness. The deep accuracy. Again, it's on a perfect arc. It's pushed down the field. It's got the velocity on it. He resets his feet when he's on the move. A lot of young quarterbacks, even NFL quarterbacks, don't do that. Fields knows he gets his feet set even when he's out of the pocket. Really good stuff. Velocity, accuracy, stays there on the move. Dynamic runner. Obviously, the only quarterback in this that I have the graphic of that has the 40 time up there, because it's a 4.46.
Yep.
Okay. It's wild.
Two-year starter at Ohio State?
Yes. 2-year starter.
Yeah.
He was a star, like 5-star recruit, I believe, right?
Yes.
Coming out of high school.
And for some reason, Kirby Smart decided, you know what? I'm going to roll with Jake Fromm.
He did.
Hey, he's an NFL player. He's an NFL quarterback.
That's true. That's
So-
true. Grant is chilling. He wants to come in for the Minnesota pick. We will definitely have him come in. Mitch and Don are both telling me, just don't fret for myself as a Packers fan.
Also,
But I will say, with Fields, patient. He's really patient when he goes to reps. Sorry, Nate. I just want to say one more thing on the graphic. He's patient going through his progressions, but he needs to speed it up just a little bit. He needs to stay on schedule, just a tick faster, moving around. He's really patient, which is great, and you want to see that at quarterback. So I think, again, the ceiling is the roof.
Oh god,
Does anybody remember that reference? That's
Yes.
a good reference right
it
there.
hurts my head.
That's a good reference. But yeah, we love that. Justin Fields. Congrats.
The thing I wanted to double check on was his senior year of high school, also notably covered in depth on QB1. Do you guys ever watch that?
I've heard of that.
Tate Martell was on it. Not nearly as successful thus far.
Oh yes.
Yep. That
Was it
in,
Justin Fields too?
2018. Yeah. He was in which was it the first season or the second season?
Oh man, he was like a spoiled rich kid.
Yeah.
In Arizona or Vegas.
Actually, Jake Fromm was on that show as well.
Yes, he
I
was.
forgot about that.
Oh,
Spencer
lovely.
Rattler was on it.
Oh, Rattler's on it. Okay.
Gendry.
Potential #1 next year. We'll see.
Rattler?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
There are so many QBs in that conversation, though. We
It's
got a long
crazy.
way to
I
go.
mean, there's not one guy that's kind of separated himself. I mean, maybe Sam Howell, but
Yeah, Howell, I think, is probably the favorite at the moment. I would think.
right.
Probably Rattler after that. Slovis.
Yep.
Strong.
JT Daniels, Desmond Riddler.
Yeah. Malik Willis has some fans. There's a lot of QBs who can make that rise.
Yeah.
I still think, Mitch, I get it. That's a good joke. That's a solid pun. I do think the Bears line's pretty solid overall. I think they could improve at tackle if they so choose to. Obviously, they gave up a lot in this draft. So we'll see. But I still think, truthfully, Fields has now pretty good weapons in the passing game. I think a lot of people are expecting Cole Kmet to take a step this year. Obviously, tight ends don't come along as fast as other positions. It's quite a bit of adjustment. You still have Allen Robinson. I highly doubt Allen Robinson does not want to play with Justin Fields.
Right.
And you have a guy, Darnell Mooney, who had a very solid season, who I think is a capable #2, and is dynamic. So I think the Bears are in a good spot. I don't know. I don't know how quick the returns will be.
I don't know if he'll play much this year.
That's the other thing. True. But we'll see.
So what is this pick?
What is this?
I actually haven't seen it yet.
I haven't either.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's got to be Parsons. Yeah, it is.
This lady's so hyped. I love it.
Wow.
I was kind of waiting for the superstar because there's always a couple like people that announce picks that you remember.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Micah Parsons.
Like McAfee.
Mike Parsons makes sense.
Micah Parsons. And how about it? The Chargers are feeling great.
Wow.
Right now.
Slater. Yeah.
Yeah, if they want Slater, they can take Slater. If they want Darisaw, they can take Darisaw. Great situation to be in a team who needs to protect Justin Herbert, who had a fantastic first season. So Micah Parsons, everybody talked about the potential fall for a player like him, and doesn't fall too far. Cowboys move back, get a third rounder, and they get a defensive stud in Micah Parsons.
I mean, so on the consensus board, he's ranked 12th. So I'd say he's
How about it?
With all the
That'll
trades and
do.
everything, I would say that's pretty right there.
That'll do. That'll do. And everything obviously is right
Micah
with the
Parsons
universe.
Is so athletic. Oh
yeah, everything is right with the universe because Mac Jones is the 5th quarterback off the board.
Yes,
that's the most important thing to come from this.
And
so far.
And it'll be hilarious if he goes to the Patriots after that meme of Belichick like shaking his head after the overthrow.
Oh, can you imagine? I need that meme on. I need that on repeat all night. I need it on repeat all night. Nate, if you want to share your screen, sounds great. So I think we're going to get Grant Schwieger in here as well to talk about the Viking selection. We will have now 3 NFC North fans, different teams, in the same call tonight, hanging out, being civil and enjoying ourselves.
I'm the neutral ground here. This is fun.
Yeah, Nate gets to enjoy himself. He doesn't have to.
I'm going to start a fight between all of you.
No tension. He just has to enjoy the fact that Kyle Pitts has to play twice a year. So, just wanted to bring that back to you a little bit.
I've got enough tension. Saints Twitter is melting down right now over the fact that the Bears junked in the Saints
Didn't? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. They're
Still
all
time to
there.
select
And I
Davis
could've
Mills
told
at
you that it
28.
was not
Listen,
like
they have Taysom Hill, okay, who was a first-round pick, or was getting first-round pick.
They do have a number one overall quarterback on their roster.
Yeah.
true.
So,
It's true.
also Davis
Also-
Mills will be there at 28.
true.
I'm going to give some credit here. I do think Jameis Winston will probably be quite improved this season.
I
think so,
could
too.
see it. I could see it for sure. I don't.
Now,
no
will he
reason to
be
doubt
the
it.
answer? That's really up for debate in a long way, but I don't know. I would like to hear a report, and I'm sure I will soon, as to whether they even considered jumping up to take Fields. I'm sure they considered, but seriously pursued interest in it.
That's true.
Also, really hope information comes out about who they were trading up for, because all indications were it was not a quarterback.
I wonder if it was like because they talked about trading an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. It could have been Sewell if he fell a little further. Well,
Yeah.
it could have been Slater as well, too. It depends.
Mhm.
They have a weird taste in offensive linemen, but it usually works out.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons, just random. For me, so explosive. So explosive. I think he's got a step to take in the efficiency category. Then one other thing I had written down earlier, just from the limited watching. You know,
From Sewell?
the coverage skills need a little work, but also he's got to drive through tackles a little harder.
I thought you were talking about Sewell. I'm dumb. As soon as you
No.
said what you said. Well, because you mentioned Sewell's. No, so you mentioned Sewell, and then I was confused. I knew what you were. I
But
knew
then
you knew what you were
said
talking
Micah
about.
Parsons.
Yeah, I was not paying attention. I was sending Grant the link. That's on me. That's
I'm
on me.
offended. No,
I
I'm
take
kidding.
full. So who would you all take? Would you both take Slater at this
Yeah.
pick?
Absolutely.
I mean, I think
Okay.
it makes sense.
Little undersized, but I don't. Yeah, I don't care that much. And I'll get into it, and we can talk about Slater's the pick here. Hopefully, Tyler Browning hates this so far. Nate, have you seen his tweets?
No.
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'll be honest. Obviously, most Cowboys fans were coming into this draft thinking we're getting one of Horner Surtain. Like they truly believed it, and there was no reason not to believe it. So, and here we go with the Vike. Oh, Nate's gone. Why does Nate keep disappearing half the time? Nate's care. Well, Grant Swigger's here. What's going on, my man? How's it going?
It's going well. I'm a little upset that Fields didn't fall to 14, but
That's understandable.
yeah, as
But
is
it
probably
looks
31 other fan bases, so it is what it is.
I mean, listen, for the division, for you and me that now have to deal with Justin Fields twice a year for probably a long, long, long time. It's unfortunate.
It's tough.
But hey, we'll find a way, hopefully. It looks like you have the Justin Jefferson jersey on, if it looks so, I believe.
Yes, sir.
That
Yes,
was
sir.
18, and I thought it was. Really great pick
Absolutely.
by the Vikings. And Grant, as we're wondering here, obviously, Denny's over the moon that Fields is the pick for the Bears, as a Bears fan.
Understandable.
Now, what do you think the Vikings are doing here? Obviously, they're in a good situation, and you got to like what's available.
Right. I mean, they got to be ecstatic that Rashawn Slater's still on the board. I mean, obviously, if they stay put, they get one of either him or Darisaw if they want to go left tackle. I know they did a lot of work on Elijah Vera Tucker. I don't know if they view him as a guard or a tackle, but if they really want to address the O-line, they can. I guess they'll get their choice of edge defenders if they really wanted. If they wanted to go Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips. I mean, I hope the Chargers have a brain fart and forget that Slater's on the board
That would
and
be
he
nice.
falls to 14, because I know that a lot of people covering the Vikings know that he is their dream scenario at 14.
Yeah, I think we were talking about this earlier about the Vikings potentially having that option, and I'm wondering if Slater would be more desirable, considering maybe they don't know where they want to play Ezra Cleveland, and they're a little unsure. And having a guy like Slater, who we feel like can play a lot of places, would be helpful for that team.
Absolutely. I know that's what my pre-draft thought process was. If they don't take a lineman in round one, that means they probably view Ezra Cleveland as their left tackle, which I'm totally fine with. I mean, that's what most fans assumed he was going to be playing when they drafted him last year. So I would hope that if they pass on him, or if they pass on any offensive lineman, they are moving Cleveland to left tackle, and then I'm totally fine with any direction they go.
I mean, yeah, I think with a team that needs offensive line like that, I think the Vera Tucker thing obviously was the link for a lot of time down the stretch here, and I'm sure Denny, that was the consensus. Yes, was Vera Tucker at 14?
Yep.
I assume. Okay.
Yep. Vera Tucker had 31% of the mocks.
Okay.
Going. So, is there any chance, do you think, that the Chargers, because they've been probably assumed Slater would be gone by now, that they've kind of honed in on Darisaw and just said, you know what, we're going to go with our guy, even though Slater is there. We didn't really we didn't expect him to be there, so we're just going to go with the guy that we know.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. They could have had Slater higher. I mean, Darisaw higher all along as well.
True.
And just not viewed Slater as potentially a tackle, which I'm sure there will be teams out there that have that opinion. So, if it is Darisaw, I feel like, based on the entire draft community, I think it's a toss-up whether or not people be like, oh, that's definitely should be the selection or it should not be. I think it's, pretty split. So I think that tells you how good Darisaw is. And, I mean, a Chargers line that would have either Darisaw or Slater along with Lindsley and Balaga has to be a great start. And you hope that, you're thankful that the Bengals decided to take Jamar Chase instead of an offensive lineman. So you get, a potential elite one right here,
Right.
Truthfully. So
Darren Wolfson, who covers the Vikings, just tweeted that Rick Spielman is trying like heck to trade down. So I might be here for an extended stay if that is the case.
Hey, no problem. Four guys hanging out. This is what we like this show. We had, I think, 6 at one point last year. So, I'm good with it. It's a lot of fun anyway. I mean,
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. That's Rick Spielman for you.
So maybe this is indeed Slater, and the Vikings may not be high on Darisaw, and that's potentially the issue here. Well, here comes Mr. Roger, and I haven't even seen the pick out here yet, actually, which is kind of interesting.
I have seen it.
I assume it's who we think it is, yes?
It's the guy
Spoil
who
it for me. Spoil it for me.
It is
It's
Slater,
Slater.
yes?
It's
Oh,
Slater.
man.
Yeah.
So maybe that is the case then with Minnesota.
It was honestly just more fun.
And they were
to
hoping.
build it up.
This is crazy that he fell to them.
It is. I mean, and we'll put the graphic up. Forgot the Parsons one. It's fine. No worries. It's all good. I mean, what can't you say about a guy like this? And this has got to be one of the higher Northwestern selections in a long time,
Yeah.
if my memory serves.
No, you're certainly correct.
Okay. I know I haven't followed the draft. Like, I'm not that old, so I don't remember a lot of things, but I still think it's been quite some time. I mean, top 15 pick. That suit looks like he wanted to be a Charger all along and knew he was going to be a Charger all along. Maybe Carolina, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think he covered his bases, and it looks like Charger powder blue.
Let's just say that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the last Northwestern picks since 2012 have been 7th round picks.
Fadio Denabo.
Yep, he's on there.
Is Godwin Idwabwike one of them?
No.
No. Interesting.
Nope. Not according to
man.
Wikipedia.
How long ago? Dean Lowry was from Northwestern.
Dean Lowry was in the 4th round of 16. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one.
Otto Graham in 44. 4th overall.
Well, the farther back
There
you
we
go
go.
for the state of Illinois football colleges,
There
the
we
better
go.
it gets. So it's very understandable.
Although, all right, 83, they had Chris Hinton, offensive tackle, go to the Broncos 4 overall. So that's fairly recent compared to all the other ones.
Right. I mean, if
And-
we're being honest, you go back to
this graphic
1942,
up,
there
baby.
were 17 rounds in the draft.
Why does it not let me do this? There we
In 1945, there were at least 31 rounds in the draft, which is very interesting.
go. Oh,
So-
except I can't see Nate now.
So with
There we go.
Minnesota potentially wanting to move down
Yeah.
and Washington still needing a quarterback, do they hop the Patriots now to try to get Mac Jones?
I could absolutely see that happening. That's what I'm hoping. If they do move down, you move down with a team that wants to trade up for a quarterback. Because if you're trading up for a quarterback, you're willing to part with a lot more draft capital.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping for.
I would assume it's Washington if it's anybody at this point. I wouldn't assume at least a team like Pittsburgh and New Orleans is sitting there clamoring for a guy like Mac Jones. But hey, you never know. He was in the Elway trade. Oh. How long ago was Trevor Siemian? Maybe Siemian wasn't even a.
He was a draft pick.
He was a draft pick. Aha.
It was on there.
Okay. Well, as
He
we're almost
was
2 hours.
in 2015, round 7, pick 33.
Okay. 2 hours
Is
in.
Mr. Irrelevant?
Schefter just tweeted the Vikings could be trading out of 14 as well. So
Oh, there you go.
they need
it
a
is.
second-round pick. So
It is. They have just traded out.
Wow, the
It is
Jets.
the Jets at now
Oh.
14.
that's exactly what I did in my mock draft.
Hello.
What, Darrisaw?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Right? I mean,
We would love to see Becton and Darrisaw, the big boys,
that would be crazy. Yeah.
protecting
Or-
Zach Wilson.
They wouldn't be trading up for a receiver, would they? Bateman?
I would think they'd be okay with Mims, Davis, and Crowder, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless they like Elijah Vera Tucker that much
right.
to where they're like, okay, let's play him try him at right tackle, play him at guard, but you would think this is
Caleb
Darrisaw.
Farley, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's Farley. Maybe it's Newsome, which would be a real shock.
That would
Yeah.
be really different.
But
I wonder,
you gotta
I wonder if a lot of people are just scared of
big old
Farley's
boy, Joe.
medicals.
They could be. They could be They could be backing off again, and that's why I'm wondering is the other thing with you look at a guy like Jalen Phillips as well, who has a medical history, and maybe he's still a first round pick, but there's still obviously questions surrounding that. So him and Farley, it could be a longer night than we probably would have anticipated a couple weeks ago. Now, because of how things are shaking out, it's a lot of offense. Obviously, here's our fun little graphic on Slater. Jets do need defense as well. I'm trying to think who it would be if they really like Pay or Phillips. Potentially.
I could see it. That way they get their choice, right? I mean, they could take whoever's number one on their board for
This is true.
pass rushers.
Mm-hmm. Although, I wouldn't mind Pay or Phillips falling to 29, personally, if they would like to. I still think the Giants are probably honed in on one of them, even after that trade back. But we'll see.
Dear God.
Yeah, this will be interesting. This is where, when you have a trade up like this with a team that's obviously very much in need of a lot of different things, how does JOK fit with them? I don't know. I'm thinking I would think more of a traditional, like the Robert Saleh defense is probably going to stray from players like that unless they believe he's a true safety. That's my guess. But that's a good question, Mitch. I don't know. Again, we're moving to a much more hybrid defense type of era. So even though I said at the top of the show that I feel like that, JOK will not fit everybody, it's possible that teams kind of maybe buck that trend and believe he can play multiple spots and maybe believe he can play a little bit of linebacker full time. So we'll see. I don't think this would be JOK, but who knows?
So I believe it was Vikings gave up 14 and 143 for picks 23, 66, and 86. So
Wow.
they get a first, second, and a third.
That is good.
Wow.
That's Rick Spielman for you.
Not a starfish. Vikings, good haul. I would agree.
Yeah.
Yes, that is a heck of a
I'm
really good-
absolutely
that is a
okay
really
with
slate
that.
of picks
Nice
with the
draft.
Vikings. Yeah, I think Vikings fans should be very happy with that at a team that, felt like they've been gutted a little bit across the board these past couple off seasons now to be able to rebuild. And day 2 is going to be a hot spot to rebuild this year. I think there's so much talent
Yep.
to do so.
Especially for a team with as many holes as the Vikings.
And that's the other thing. I think if it was crazy to think about, but Nate, we even talked about this when we did the stuff with Smitty and Tyler in that mock draft on Sunday night. That I said I feel like Elijah Vera Tucker could easily
true. Good
fall
call.
to
66 is
23.
the third. Sorry.
Oh, so 2/3, but still,
Yeah,
that's
but the second
really
pick is
nice.
the third. So
That is a nice value. So, I mean, a guy like Elijah Vera Tucker, I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility he's still available after a trade back. I don't think it's crazy. I don't know. New England, Arizona, Vegas, maybe Vegas, but that just screams Jenkins or Darisaw if he's not the pick here. Miami, maybe. Maybe if they view him as a tackle. Washington, I don't know. The Giants? Indy, I don't think so.
I think it's got to be Vera.
And Tennessee.
Yep.
It is Vera Tucker for the Jets?
Indeed.
Interesting. So they must be thinking they're trying him at right tackle?
He's got little stubby arms, though.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, you spending a top 15 pick on a guy like this, I would at least try him out there.
I mean, I had to start. It seems crazy.
It does. It certainly does. And you know, either way, I think even if you're drafting him to be a guard, I don't care. That left side of the line is absolutely disgusting with Becton and Vera Tucker. They're going to get after you. And again, I thought Vera Tucker's tape overall was good at tackle. I think, you know, Mitch, he is real versatile. Left guard, left tackle, has played both the last 2 seasons at USC. He's a smart player. He's athletic for his size. You know, I think he can do a lot of different things. He can get in space. He gets second level. He can pass protect in the phone booth. And I thought he did really well against Kayvon Thibodeau last year at left tackle. So there we go. Hello, Hawks 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello there.
Welcome. All 3 wide receivers went to a team with a QB being who they played with in college.
Wow.
What a crazy thing that is.
Funny how that works.
That will not happen with
Sabermetrics.
Oh, that's right.
Hurts played at Alabama. Yeah, that is wild. But I do love this pick for the Jets.
Who's left for the wide receiver? Bateman?
Yeah. So
no
that's going to be a no. That's going to be a no.
Mitch Leitner still out there somewhere?
Maybe. That's possible.
Unless he gets drafted in the Canadian Football League, maybe.
Tony gets drafted somewhere like
unless
and then
LSU drafts Marshall also, I guess.
That would be
that's I think maybe the best chance.
Guys, we messed up. No, not we, but I'll just let it happen, but I couldn't control that. Just know that the Patriots are up next.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did we have an impact on how the draft position fell? Is that no? You started saying they're taking
group. But the NFL might have messed up.
They did it.
Did they go McCorkle?
It's Mac at 15 to the Patriots. Hold on. Who wants a graphic on her?
They either really messed up
buddy,
or
Elijah
the Patriots
Vera-Tucker.
really messed up.
What do we think?
Just a really bad
do we want the Elijah Vera Tucker graphic on the screen? I think so.
Wait, did they?
I need to see McCorkle Jones shirtless.
I don't think I have that
I need to see
for you, unfortunately. But I do have
probably on
Elijah Vera Tucker
Instagram.
graphic.
Probably find it on Instagram.
Belichick gets Jones. Belichick does get Jones. Here's Elijah Vera Tucker. Versatility, elite pass protection in the phone booth, mirror skills, recovery quickness, second level with ease. I mean, again, people will probably knock moving up 9 spots for a guard, but I don't care. He's a good player.
I love how Belichick, they're not even excited. They're like, oh, fuck, all right, I guess.
Like, okay, if we have to
But we get the video. That video is going to come up on Twitter very, very soon.
Where's the dog?
Yes.
The dog. And
what
the
impact did he have on the selection?
The shaking his head at the selection or at the throw of Mac Jones at the Pro Day. It's got to be in there. The Mac Jones graphic will go up very soon when they announce this pick for New England.
I mean, New England's, I guess, I wouldn't say they're ecstatic, but at least they're like, all right, at least we got a quarterback and we didn't have to move up.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a place I would love to see JOK, but obviously not going to happen. This is what we think it is. And this is
you have
something...
a Mac Jones graphic?
What? You know I have a Mac Jones graphic. I had to. He could have been the pick at 3, Nate.
That's true. I was just curious.
But yeah, I mean, listen, this
I
is
think
kind
somehow
of.
we all knew this was going to happen.
I was thinking more Fields, but hey, I guess Bill didn't like him.
I really didn't want that to happen.
I guess Bill didn't like him enough to move up 5 spots.
Not.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, anybody who wanted a quarterback can't say that they tried. You know, if they wanted, I mean, Fields falling all the way to 11, I'm sure everybody had the opportunity to at one point.
Yes, I'm sure. Even this, like Nate said, Nate was talking the Saints, you know, a lot of rumors about moving way up. Could have done so. Did not do it. But we have McCorkle to the northeast to play with. ESPN had a Mac Jones graphic flash on the screen to the Jets.
Oh my god,
that is funny, and that is, folks, why you watch NFL Network.
I do not watch ESPN ever. I used to, and it's been bad.
I haven't watched ESPN, and I will say I was doing the other night. I was like going through stuff, putting up like rearranging big board, doing a bunch of things, and I was watching an ESPN draft, and the whole like they do the backstory thing stuff, like to a ridiculous level, is so true. And I always thought people were exaggerating. It is.
And look how awkward he is.
If we have to go through another 15 years.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I don't either.
I don't think so. I think we would have if they got Fields.
Yeah, I would say
but they didn't. So
was Mac Jones's supporting cast in college better than his supporting cast in the NFL?
Oh.
I mean,
I don't
be a
like
lot of first round picks on that offense.
But yeah.
They have 2 good tight ends now, so I'm sure they will use those as like a wide receiver 2 and 3.
That's true. Forrestall will probably end up on a team. Probably not getting drafted. But obviously, yeah. I mean, Waddle and Smith already off the board. Leatherwood could technically still be a first-round pick. There's that possibility.
Wow.
Landon Dickerson without the injuries is probably a first-round pick.
Yeah.
And you have a guy next year who a lot of people like in Neal, who is a really great player at right tackle. So, but then again, you make that same argument with, you know, I guess not better than maybe New England's, but like the whole had the great supporting cast thing. You know, obviously Tua Tagovailoa had 4 of these elite players.
And I'm half counting those from when Mac came in at the end of last year.
I mean, that's fair. And I think it'll be interesting to see how New England runs things. Now, this is the fun question, as always. When does Mac Jones start a game this season? Also, while you guys ponder that for a second, Mitch says, does Arizona take a safety? I think it'd be a little early.
I mean, see them go Barmore here.
They could go Barmore.
So the consensus is corner. So Farley with 22%.
Okay.
So it could be Farley or Newsom.
I could see Newsom. JOK would be an odd pick considering they drafted the better version last year in Isaiah Simmons. So it would be odd. I mean, I like Merrick, no doubt. I think he kind of does the same things that Baker does. Obviously, he's a little bit taller. But I think he's versatile like Baker is. So I don't think it's a safety, but yeah, I think I would say probably corner. Maybe it's Barmore. Pick's already in for Arizona as well.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. No worries. So what do we think here? I mean, it's wild to think Darrisaw's on the board still. Maybe this is the pick.
What are the chances they go full-blown offensive explosion and take a wide receiver?
I know the obviously teams talked about, at least there were talks about them moving up for Waddle.
Yeah,
I think that would have made a lot of sense. I know that I would say a guy like De'Ami Brown would make a lot of sense in this offense, obviously, but I think he's a day 2 player, so maybe that's the direction they go then. And they go, maybe this is Darrisaw. That's the other option for them. I know maybe they think Josh Jones is a guard. They move him inside, and now you have Darrisaw at right tackle, and you feel decent with DJ Humphries. It says any Illini players. I don't know if there will be any till day 3. Kendrick Green is maybe the one that can go day 2. There's a chance.
I think it was harder to find a Vikings mock draft that didn't have Kendrick Green than one that did.
Really?
Yes,
He's
everybody.
been very popular.
Round 3, everybody saw offensive line draft. It was over and over.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so. Yeah, to that question, Kendrick Green probably maybe a day 2, for sure day 3. Josh Matterbebe, day 3 as well. Other than that, Milo Eifler, Nate Hobbs. Nate, is it a pick that's not Darisaw or?
I'm not laughing at that. Somebody
Oh.
tweeted something about Mac Jones.
Okay, I was wondering if you were laughing because like the pick was like I don't know. Who does everybody? Oh, Rousseau. Maybe nobody likes Rousseau, and that's
One of my New Orleans guys said, "Why does Mac Jones walk like a slave master?"
holy crap.
That's so bad.
Okay,
Wow.
Well, interesting. So yeah, Denny, what do you think? I think Darisaw's. I mean, Mitch says Darisaw a value pick. I think it is too.
That would be nice.
Actually, this is exactly where he ranks on my big board at 16. So that would be
I think that's
a
where
fun
he's
little
at.
thing there.
He's
So
at-
yeah, I want it to be Darisaw, obviously, to be
he's
spot
15
on with
for me.
okay.
All right, I'm buying my Justin Fields jersey right now.
Nice.
I'm buying a Lance one. I told myself wherever he went, I was getting a Lance.
Wait, huh?
What?
What do you mean?
What the heck?
Zaven
It's
Collins.
Zaven Collins.
Wow.
What?
I mean,
Whoa. I mean, heck of a player. Just, I don't think that was the
Cardinals
direction.
fans had no idea who that was.
Oh, that's my favorite. If you watch day 2 of the draft, the fans that attend, they'll like make the, and then
That's
they'll start
literally
cheering.
how it went.
It's like the,
The two guys they showed, one was like, he went like this, and then he was like, and then the guy next to him went, like, all right, that's respectable. And then they got hype about it. They had
There's
no
like, oh
idea.
wait, there's cameras on us. All right, pretend to be
Yeah.
excited.
yeah, right, exactly.
I'm really disappointed because I wanted the Saints to get Zaven Collins, but there's plenty left on the board for them at this point.
There's a
That's early
lot
for
of
him,
value
in
on
my opinion.
linebacker in this class.
That is early for me.
Linebacker class has value. So I
Let
will
him
say
down.
with Zaven Collins, as I have these giant notebooks from draft season here. Let's fat notebooks full of notes. Let's see if we can get to the linebackers here and find Zaven's. I mean, obviously ridiculous size speed, of course.
Yeah.
That's off the bus. I think everybody could see that. Can he play some edge? Maybe. I think it like what they said there was 270
Yeah.
when they had the Indianapolis weigh-in. The RAS site has him listed 259. That's still outside linebacker weight potentially, but again, I think
Yeah.
you're still looking at him as more of a Sam type of player. You have now 2 really pretty versatile linebackers if you consider Isaiah Simmons a linebacker, I guess. On that defense, they're getting versatile,
Right.
and they're getting players who have speed. And there's no denying Simmons' speed, but and I think Zaven Collins has it too. I think with Collins, when he attacks gaps, he can dip, turn, and chase people down. It is impressive to watch. It's just for him, it's getting off blocks more consistently. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but that's kind of the main things I came away with for him.
I mean, he's super instinctive. I just feel
the
like
screen game too. Yep.
this would be an interesting. I would definitely see him at Sam, but it'll be interesting to see how the Cardinals use him. I think he could play on the outside a little bit, but I think once again another guy that you move around and also just let him make plays in space. He's very what's the word I'm looking for? Fluid, maybe, and lateral movement from what I've seen.
He's got some range. There's no doubt about it. And yeah, I think you mentioned the instincts. I mean, this dude will attack on screens. He will. The closing speed downhill is impressive. Mitch says Jamin Davis's stock just went up. Maybe that's the pick for New Orleans. Even Nate at 28, potentially. I know he's gotten some heavy steam past couple weeks now. So yeah, I mean, I think even though we're seeing linebackers now potentially going to start coming off here. JOK could be next.
Yep.
Don't know where that happens. I think before everything started, I know Denny and Nate and I we were talking. Grant, we were talking about 17 or 19, both made sense. And then I wonder, half expect a team like Green Bay, if they really like him as a big nickel linebacker hybrid player in a Joe Barry defense, that they move up with Indy, who loves to trade back for him.
I could see that too. I don't know what, as a Packers fan, what do you make of everything today? Because I feel like this could be Rodgers saying, like,
Give me a weapon.
give me a receiver, you know? So and obviously it's tough to drop that, you know, hours before the draft starts, but
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a public type of, you know, thing like get me a weapon. Like, I'm tired of this, you know, and maybe it's, I mean, I really do think, and I know a lot of Packer fans, you know, don't like hearing this. I think this is it for him this last year. 2021 will be it in Green Bay. The out makes sense after this year. Jordan Love, now he gets 2 full years to sit, and you better be able to see what you have at that point. So I think this is the last year, and obviously they brought everybody back. They brought Aaron Jones back. They bring King back, which whatever. They bring Preston Smith back, which whatever. I think he's going to be a sub rusher now. I think they're going to bring him in. I think Gary's taking the step. But yeah, I think this is the year. If there's any year to add a weapon in this offense, this is it. And so if it's move up 8 spots and select Rashad Bateman, I'll be over the moon. I'll be jumping around this room. But I need to see it to believe it. I would need to see it to believe it, though. Because torn is that you like Bateman to go to a good offense, right, and succeed, but you're just not happy it's Green Bay.
bingo.
Yeah. Of course.
I mean, that's the same way I am with Fields. I mean,
Yeah.
it's good for Bears fans. I mean,
Yes, for sure.
hey, you guys deserve a good quarterback. So.
They do. After all this time, if Fields becomes the guy, you know, at this point in my life, you know, I've tried to outgrow the whole angry fan thing and, you know, the gets so mad at rivals thing and just enjoy good players and enjoy this game because that's what it's about.
It wasn't until I went to a Bears-Packers game with a buddy of mine who's a hardcore Packer fan, and I just saw the stadium and the fans, and I'm like, why do I hate this? Like, this is stupid. This is fantastic. And I was having a blast. I'm like,
oh, it's great up there.
I was even thinking, I'm like, I'm going to retire when I get old. I'm going to retire up here. It's beautiful. Just go to tailgates all the time. It'd be fun.
Oh, that's the dream.
Yeah,
that is the dream. Let me tell you. This Raiders pick is in, and Mitch, I think, saying what probably all of us are thinking. Vegas loving that Darisaw is still here. An offensive line that was kind of gutted for the most part.
Oh, what? I
you
saw
know the pick.
Yeah.
Is it like?
It's not that out there.
Oh, I mean, let's be real. We're talking about
I
John
think-
Gruden and Mike Mayock here.
Oh,
I think it's a huge
oh,
reach.
it is.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's a huge reach.
Hey, guess what, Nate? I have a graphic, baby. Let's go.
Okay.
I made
Also,
a graphic.
guys, it is Alex.
I
Leatherwood.
made it. I made it for the Raiders.
Leatherwood.
I mean,
my phone didn't like that.
the Raiders are notorious for taking the position we're expecting, but never the player, right?
That's fair.
Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell.
Yep.
Like what? You have
Henry
Darisaw
Ruggs.
sitting right there. Why would you not take him?
Honestly, if I'm Green Bay, I don't even care. Move up for Darisaw at this point. My goodness. I mean, again, Billy Turner's fine, but Darisaw tackle? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there we said earlier, there's another first round pick on the Alabama offense.
So wait, who's at 18? Is it Dolphins still?
The Dolphins. Is this Bateman or JOK or Pay
This is
or
Darisaw.
Phillips, right? Maybe it's it could be Darisaw as well.
So this was
the
Kwity
Dolphins.
Paye in the consensus. It was Kwity Paye, but
Yeah. But again, the consensus assumes Darisaw's
yeah.
does not get here any chance
So
in the world.
in the consensus with pick 18, we're talking like Najee Harris, JOK, Kwity Paye.
Yeah, there's a lot of play. So now I'm sitting here, you know, as a Green Bay fan and loving these players that are falling here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because one, I have mentioned this before, and my final mock, which albeit was more of what I would do, I guess, but this guy fits their measurables, is Jalen Phillips at 29, which I don't know. I think it depends on a lot what Miami does here. And I think the Giants and Indy could go pay Phillips back to back, but still a possibility at 30 if the people still do not like the medicals. But here we go. Why does this do this? Raiders select Alex Leatherwood. Roll with the graphic.
I mean, he's one of these guys that he should, based on like his stats and everything, he should be ranked higher, right? I mean, was he first team All-American? You know, I think multiple times, right?
Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, he's a stud.
At least for sure once.
Yeah.
But,
Two-time
like,
first team All ACC.
yeah, I mean, look, with Leatherwood, 6'5", 312, he is versatility at guard and tackle. I think a lot of people maybe are questioning the pick because they think he's probably a guard. Ultimately, I still think people would potentially have said if Elijah Vera Tucker was the pick here that, oh, not bad. They wouldn't be upset. I think he's good strength leverage. He has the length to stay out there and play tackle. Pretty good movement skills. I mean, he anchors well against power rushers, and I think, if he could just work on sustaining his blocks, being more consistent in that area, I think you can still get a solid player out of him. But yeah, at 17, maybe a little rich for a lot of people, and I would tend to be in that camp as well.
Tradition unlike any other. Raiders and surprising us on draft day.
Yes, they do enjoy doing that. Hello. Nate, does that pick really did upset you, didn't it? You just wanted Mayock and Gruden to get one right.
Well,
once.
I just saw the Tom Brady shirtless pick with the Mac Jones one, so that upset me. That kind of ruined my entire day, so I had to throw my phone.
Oh, yes, I do see now what you're talking about.
We're just going to fix
okay.
that.
I'm just glad I don't run the PFF Raiders account this year. Raiders fans pre-draft are, all over like the top people in mock drafts. And then once they get picked, they're like, "Oh, well, why would you guys ever doubt them? There's a reason they picked them that high." I'm like, you know what? We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
But I suppose that's most fan bases, though. You want to trust your team's brass, right?
Of course, yeah. But man, I think after a few years now, the Raiders really. Now I do expect the Raiders to come away with.
This came in quick.
This did. Oh,
wow!
It is Jalen Phillips at 18.
He's the 20th best player on my board.
Yeah, Nate, I believe I gave Miami this on the Around the 402 mock on Sunday. So I will take 1 for 2.
I think you did, yeah.
I did. I gave him. Yes. All right.
I had edge defender at 18 out of Miami. Or not Miami. No, never mind. I had Pay. Never mind.
But still, I think they go edge. I think Washington is sprinting to the podium here with Christian Darrisaw at 19 somehow. Mm-hmm. Even though obviously Cornelius Lucas had a good year. They feel confident in that. But this is potentially really a top 15 guy in this draft falling here. And how can you not like that?
I'm all aboard the Bateman to Washington train. That's what I've been on for weeks. I don't know. It just felt right. Maybe it's because going to a maroon team felt right. But
hey, yeah, I will say, their receiver room is loaded now. They did. I guess they did add Samuel and they have McLaurin. Maybe they don't have the X in that offense yet, so that's possible. I think if you're a Washington football team fan, Smitty did shout me out. I did. Thank you, sir. Yes, I know.
Jalen
I am.
Least distance traveled from college to pros.
Gotta be.
This year so far, I think.
Gotta be. I don't think anyone will have a closer trip. So, this is an incredible football player if he stays healthy. Just incredible player. So, Phillips, you can add. Miami gets a guy with length. The athleticism is off the charts. Change the direction. Win inside. Win around the arc. Uses his hands really well. I think a lot of people believe this is a top 10 player without the medical history. So
it's about 20 minutes from his college stadium to his pro stadium.
That's pretty good.
That's
we'll
close.
take that for sure. So other than this, could you imagine? If this isn't Darrisaw for Washington, it's JOK, and then Indy gets to steal Darrisaw at 21. Ballard will not move back, I don't think, if Darisaw is available. That is wild.
So the Giants are at 20, right?
Yes.
So Giants would be pay.
I would think so, yes. That would be my guess.
Yeah.
And then, so, yeah, I mean, we can kind of try and forecast this ahead here. Truthfully, does this start a run on edge rushers? I think that it definitely makes things interesting. I do think a lot of us expected Phillips and Pay to be probably top 20 selections. I think maybe top 21. I think the floor for both of them was probably Indy. So maybe if Pay, I think either Pay or Darisaw, Indy fans, you got to be pretty happy with that either way. Which is great. I get to write about, the Colts and watch fans enjoy themselves with that. But yeah, so what do we think? Do we think potentially it's Darisaw, Pay? If it's Darisaw, Pay, I would guess a move back.
Are you talking about for Washington?
Yeah, if Washington goes Darisaw.
So Darisaw is actually the second highest mocked guy. It was JOK with 16%, and then Darisaw with 14.9. So this very well could be Darisaw.
Yeah, I think if it's not, then I think the order is JOK, Pay, Darisaw, Bateman would be my guess. And then obviously
Elijah Moore.
Or Elijah Moore to Minnesota. And if you're Minnesota 23 and you could steal Bateman and have three dudes who can just go out and dominate all over the field.
I want Jefferson.
Do you talk about it?
I am all for that.
Okay.
I'm all aboard wide receiver 3 train.
All right.
Thielen's not as young as most people think he is. So
it's true.
That more than anything is another reason.
Yeah,
but I mean, what's Tennessee going at 22 if they're staying there? Are they going Corey Davis replacement? Are they going Yeah,
that's would be my guess.
That's what I would think too.
Yeah, unless they I know there have been a lot of people who like and who have linked Elijah Moore there. Mm-hmm. I think Bateman makes a ton of sense there. Yeah, obviously, you get your two outside guys.
Heavy Elijah Moore, some Aziz. If you want to go end.
Yeah, I mean, if the edge rusher thing starts and the Titans feel like they got to jump on, then I could see it. Obviously, Landry still kind of in that purgatory in terms of development. Maybe you try it out again with a not as bendy guy, but a guy who can get around the arc and win with his hands a little bit more. But this will be a tipping pick. This is a looking ahead. Newsome or Bateman might drop to Green Bay. Here's one thing I will say. I do think Farley will be there now. Having a hard time believing he won't.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I have a hard time believing Farley will not be there at 29.
Is it another shocker?
Oh, sorry. I saw the pick.
Say it in private.
I'm just not gonna say.
Is it Anthony Davis school player?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yeah. I had to think about where Anthony Davis went to school. I was like, Pelicans?
So, folks, it is.
So these are the linebackers.
The linebacker run is starting. And I believe Mitch said something. Jamin Davis' stock just went up.
Yep.
The pick is indeed Jamin Davis here.
So he's 36 on my board, but he was definitely climbing.
He was. He began that climb, and a lot of people believe the first round was going to happen for Davis. And now we talk about how deep the linebacker class is, and suddenly the names are flying off. But now, other Big 10 players going tonight. Big 10 players. I think Newsome goes tonight for one. Now I'm blanking. Big 10. Who's in there? I mean, Kwity Paye from Michigan will definitely be going tonight.
Yep.
Obviously. I think Rashad Bateman from Minnesota will be going tonight as well.
That's about it. Unless
Jason Owe?
I guess Jason Owe from Penn State could go tonight as well. Yeah, that's the other one. Any Colorado Buffaloes?
Rondale Moore?
No.
Mustafa Johnson?
Jalen Mayfield, Rondale Moore. Those guys are tomorrow.
Rondale Moore.
Yeah, I'm starting to scroll a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Rondale Moore.
Wyatt Davis, maybe.
Wyatt Davis is interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no Chiefs. No Chiefs.
Oh yeah, no
'Cause
Chiefs. Never mind.
Baltimore. Well, I mean, yeah, I would think Baltimore would probably go for a bigger guard than Davis, who's a little maybe undersized to them. So yeah, maybe I guess not for Baltimore then. But Baltimore's got to be loving this right now. Do you think they move up for Bateman potentially?
Baltimore. Well, yeah, why not? But the problem is, I mean, there's a ton of wide receivers left, aren't there?
There are, and again, I think
Yeah.
the one
They'll have
thing
their
I
pick of
think
the litter.
we really laud depth, I think, at wide receiver now, and I wonder if the 2020 class raised our expectations too much about 2021 being deeper.
Mhm.
And I mean, I think a lot of people will grade 2021 as a deeper class because there's a lot of different players. There's a lot of undersized guys this year, gadget slot guys who can win there. We'll see.
Be interesting if Bateman goes here to 20. I mean,
Yeah.
if they were targeting Devonta at 12 or at 11 or whatever.
I guess that's a point. I think you get two alphas at X with, two great players in Galladay and Bateman on the outside. You feel comfortable with Shepard in the slot.
I mean, that way you really know what you've got when
Yeah,
Danny Dimes. I mean, you can't have an excuse that he didn't have weapons.
Right.
it's true. However, I know that does kind of make Darius Slayton the odd man out a little bit, which would be odd, I think, for them. I think Pay has to be the favorite here, right? I would assume.
You would assume, yeah.
If it's not
Agreed.
Pay, obviously Gettleman likes interior defensive linemen. So if Barmore comes off the board here, I'm not shocked because I know he loves them.
Twitter would have a heyday with that one.
Yes, they would. Davis long as well as a player. I mean, 6'3", 234. Big, long. Mitch, yep, we just mentioned that. New York likes DTs. They take Barmore. Wouldn't shock me. But Davis is intriguing, obviously. Athleticism's off the charts and has 33-inch arms. Gets off blocks. He's an impressive player, impressive toolbox. I think needs to obviously take the next step and refine his game. But another linebacker in a class that has a lot of talent at the position.
Will Brinson tweeted that Mac is Cam backwards. So we already got some the Patriots. Apparently they have a thing for
Antithesis.
3-lettered quarterbacks and Tom. So
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, if New York takes Barber, it'll be a Viking in 4 years. Nice.
the cycle continues.
Yes. Oh man. Let's see. I mean, this team they have a Dory and they have Bradbury. So I'm thinking, I don't think Newsom is something they value here. Yeah, I mean, again, I think Washington was the tipping point, but now it's a slam dunk for Indy at 21 now, assuming we don't see back-to-back tackles in round one for the Giants.
I mean, there's not a world where Indy goes
Talking
anything
about
other
that.
than tackle, right? I mean, is it tackle all the way? Would
Indy,
you think? Yeah.
I think if Pay is there, they have a discussion because they need to get better out there. But are they going to value somebody on day two? I think that's possible. I think, truthfully, if the Giants took Darisaw, I mean, Pay is easy. If both were off the board, then obviously I think the trade back would have been in the cards. But knowing you're getting one of those two has got to feel really good for them. Because, yeah, I think really to start the night, I thought, Indy sent so many people to Alabama's pro day. They sent so many people to Notre Dame's pro day. They want Eichenberg or Leatherwood in a trade back. That's where I thought they were going to end up tonight. But, again, Darisaw's there, then I don't even think there's a conversation to be had, truthfully. I think this is it's slam dunk. Show me the money. Oh, yes. Oh, you know what? That was also I got my hair cut 2 days ago. And the person who does it asked, what are the Bears going to do? And I said, I think they're going to try and get Fields. And that would be incredible if they did that.
Nailed it.
So there we go. Pac Jones screams Patriots is the reaction, of course.
I just thought too, I think.
Green Bay could trade up with Pittsburgh. I think the Steelers like Harris. The Steelers do, I think, like Harris. I would assume they are targeting him. I think the other two in play would be Cosme and ETN if they like ETN more.
If this is who I think it is, I'm not as big of a fan of it.
They took Kadarius Toney?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Whoa.
Gettleman.
Green Bay, do it. Get the fluff up here for Rashad Bateman right this second. I think Tony's dynamic. I think he's a really fun player. I do. I want. Where's everybody on Kadarius Toney?
I mean,
Take 20.
nice player.
Yeah.
But 20th overall.
Yep, agreed.
Why does it do this?
I mean, I didn't see that coming. We were thinking Bateman, maybe if they went wide receiver, but I guess that's New York's another team that likes to, do their own thing. They don't care what consensus boards say. So,
yeah, I mean, listen, this guy. There's a lot of schemes production for him. Lee, what's up? What's up, Lee? How's it going? Good to see you here. Please take Barmore so Green Bay doesn't. Yeah, that's true. That's the other thing. I don't want Barmore at 29. Need Bateman 100%. I'm here for it. No excuses for Daniel Jones. Another good point. Yeah, I mean, this is now you have the guy to throw it up to down the field. You have a possession guy underneath in Shepard. You have Ingram, who hasn't been the best, but has flashed at times when healthy. Now you have Kadarius Toney. You have Darius Slayton. Like this is the move. They have gone all in now to help Daniel Jones. If it doesn't work out, they have picks now from that trade back with Chicago to make things happen in next year's draft to go get a guy that they would like a quarterback.
I love how fluid Kadarius Toney is. He's so fun to watch.
Oh, graphic time. Who wants one? They're fun.
Just
You have a
watching
Tony
the
graphic?
highlights.
Yes,
I don't
of
love him in
course.
this spot, but
Of course, I've got a Tony graphic. I knew he would go in the first, obviously. I'm kidding, but I mean, I do have one on Tony. There's a lot of good stuff with Tony's game. You see the quickness, the agility. His route tempo is good. He flashes that at times. I mean, his ability to change direction is
awesome.
Ridiculous. He's gotten snaps in the backfield. He's gotten snaps on, the sweeps, the reverses. He tracks the football well. I think he's tough. He just, again, he has the patience, the field vision, contact balance, and space. Once he's in space, all bets are off. Just hold on for dear life if you're on defense, truthfully, if he's in space. I think if he wants to become this receiver that you can rely on at all levels of the field, we know he can move with speed deep. That's for sure. But if you want to see him become this intermediate guy, he definitely sinks his hips well. He definitely changes direction at the top of his routes. But the question is going to be, there will be physical slot corners in this league. You have to be able to use your hands at the top of your route stems to gain separation. That's something he has to work on. That's something he obviously hasn't needed to work on very much at the college level because he was in the slot so much and because he could obviously use his athletic gifts to separate. So that's something he'll have to look at with Toney. But again, when you look at the Giants and what they have on offense, this is a guy who's playing inside probably to start in a lot of 3 wide receiver sets. So he's going to get that ability to get the ball quick, and they're going to get the ball out quick with Jones, let him make plays in space. And I'm sure that they have a plan in that offense for him to be that guy because they have a lot of weapons elsewhere. They can even trust Toney to be that guy right away, and he can develop into a top receiver going from there. So yippee-ki-yay, I got to use the Toney graphic. Wasn't sure if we were going to use the Toney graphic tonight, but heck yeah. Matt Murray, what's up? We all think Bateman is better. Probably, yeah. I think I do think we all think that. Indy will go tackle, Tennessee edge, Minnesota D line. then Pittsburgh. Interesting.
I mean, if Pay falls, I'm
Oh yeah, Pay.
happy with that. I mean, I guess I would have talked myself into him at pick 14. So at 23, I guess all the better.
Yeah, I mean. Oh, if Matt, if you're still here, Matt Murray, good friend at NFL Mocks, Cardinals fan, let us know what you think of that Zayvon Collins selection for Arizona. It's an interesting one. That defense is getting a lot of fun, at least. A lot of versatile playmakers. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, Grant, like you said, the Vikings at 23 should be very happy with Pay if he's the pick there. Obviously, Tennessee could go Pay, potentially. But obviously, there's been a lot of reports about Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman. Both are there. Disappointing is an understatement, says Matt. I mean, fair.
Well, yeah, fair.
Fair. Yeah. Matt, if you had your pick, who would it be? Who would it have been? That's what I'm interested to hear from Matt on that one. What do you think? Yeah, so here's what I'm wondering is I think if Green Bay wants Rashad Bateman, they will need to move up still.
I think this Colts pick is a good one.
If it's neither Payne or Darisaw, that's very shocking. Because if they went like a tier lower for an edge rusher or tackle, that would be odd.
I don't ever know if I want to say it or not, but
Oh, they did do it. Wow.
yeah, they went ahead and took Kwity Paye.
The fall continues for
Wow.
Darisaw. Can you imagine? Darisaw at 23.
Please.
But the Tennessee Titans did obviously botch tackle last year in the first round.
Yes, they did.
So maybe they go right back to right the wrong here at 22. So Matt Murray said he wanted Rashad Bateman to trade down for Asante or a running back. Okay.
Did Miami get rid of
Makes sense.
Wilson, right?
Yeah, I think they did already cut him
Yeah.
because he didn't show up, right, for his medical or for like
Oh,
a
that's
workout
right.
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Story of the night for Vikings brass is how badly they seem to want Fields. I'm not buying that.
The
I mean,
Saints
like
tried to
I
trade with
said,
the
if you couldn't move up 3 picks, you didn't want him bad enough.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I thought for sure they were going to go I really did think they were going to go Darisaw because they harped on the tackle need all offseason. But I'm sure that they believe that there is somebody like Radens, Eichenberg, Mayfield, maybe, that they would like at left tackle on day 2. We'll see.
Radens is my boy.
Radens is an interesting study. I think you're hoping he is where he's at in his development with what you saw at Mobile, because I think the foot quickness on tape, especially in 2019, was not ideal, at least in pass protection. The dude gets after it in the run game for sure. He'll get after you.
He gets after it in real life too. Hung out with him a couple times in Fargo.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's have fun.
All right. Well, there you go. We have an inside source here on this live show tonight.
Oh, yeah.
On a little Dylan Radens, who actually does have a graphic.
Heck yeah.
So,
I hope my Bison can
Oh.
get 2 first-round picks. I don't know if that's ever happened.
I don't think so, but now, so Trey Lance is now. Oh no, Wentz was the second overall pick, but North Dakota State now has 2 top 5 quarterbacks in draft history. That's pretty cool. Mitch says I liked Radens until I didn't. Interesting. I feel like people are all over the place with this tackle class after the first 3.
Yeah.
I think it gets interesting from there. I think obviously Cosme and Jenkins are are near the top for most, but obviously both are still here. So, yeah, I think it gets interesting after that. A lot of people like Spencer Brown, Eichenberg, Leatherwood,
Walker Little.
The NFL does like. So, I mean, if a lot of teams believe the starters are there, that's why you're seeing what we're seeing tonight. Quiddy Pay. Oh, I have a graphic for Quiddy Pay. It's funny because Nate, I took the graphic I used for a Colts mock draft on YouTube.
Oh, really?
And was able to quickly change it into, a Michigan graphic. So
That makes it pretty simple.
yeah, it made it easier. So yes, I love the Quiddy Pay. He pay 6'2", 261. A bendy player, explosive first step. He changed direction well. He's got violent hands and great backside pursuit. And he flashed that ability against the run. I think the only thing is production with him. He needs to have more production at the next level. You're banking on that, drafting him here.
Oh.
And I mean, Nate, this is and everyone here. This is team thighs for sure. If you look at the,
dude,
the
he's
picture,
so strong.
he is strong boy.
He's so strong.
So
I have a fun fact for you.
yes, let us know the fun
Hey.
fact.
Was born in Guinea.
That's a fun fact.
That is a pretty fun fact.
His mom
We'll say.
moved there after fleeing Liberia during the Civil War.
Oh,
Not the
Wow.
Civil War, but the Liberian Civil War.
okay. Yeah.
So his mom was not
Yeah,
born in the
his mom is
1800s.
about
Got it.
200.
Different things when you're talking in this country. The civil, yeah.
Yes.
Did you just hop on his Wikipedia real quick and search it?
Nate will not comment on that.
What?
or is that knowledge you already
Then he
had?
said, "Did you hop on Wikipedia for that?"
I actually saw the flag in the background of his family's cameras
Oh,
and was Googling it.
extremely perceptive, sir.
Indeed.
My TV's not in a good spot for that. Glancing
Mine's
over is
right
difficult.
behind my camera.
He is a little short.
He's strong for his size, so
He
that
is,
kind of
though.
makes up for a little
Man,
bit of that.
yeah, he is
I mean,
short,
he's
but
bendy, too.
Mitch, I'm going to say this: he fit a lot of thresholds for Green Bay if he was available. Just going to be honest. It's about time to break out to snacks. We're almost to 3 hours, and
Dude, I'm so hungry right now.
we're like
I
not even
completely skipped
three-quarters of
dinner.
the way.
Uber Eats.
I skipped dinner completely.
I have half a Jersey Mike's sandwich
Can't eat out anymore.
waiting for me.
Eating is for the weak.
It's true. Tomorrow is when we're going to want to eat. Tomorrow is
I'm-
long.
I've drank
Yeah.
about roughly 70 ounces of water since we've been here. This is a long draft. NFL making up for 2 years
Goodness.
of draft stuff. They're really
Mhm.
reaching for it this year.
Yeah. Okay, so the draft hats are horrible.
Oh my God.
Because when they're out of focus, it's almost hard to tell whose hat it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they look just like those hats you buy for like $5 at a
It's
gas
like
station.
the billboard, like looking weird stuff. That is a nitpick, but it's understandable. I mean, Mitch, I get it. Shorter players, but now we have obviously the Titans, and I think it's Darisaw or it's a receiver.
Yeah. That's what I would say too.
I don't imagine the edge run starts now with
Unless it's
Ojulari. It could be. I mean, he definitely fits there, but
I mean, the consensus is right now Elijah Moore, but that was Darisaw would have been long gone. And if they feel like that the edge position is going to be there's going to be a run for it now that Quiddy Pay is gone, they might just go for Aziz.
yeah, I mean, it's very possible. I think Titans one of the better rosters for sure. The league, they only have a few really glaring needs otherwise, but Now I'm curious when the first safety is going to come off the board.
That's Jacksonville, 25.
You think so? Over
Yeah.
tight end, over
Agreed.
Barmore? They love D-line.
Let's see.
They do love D-line.
They love edge rushers. That's for sure.
I'm like let's see, past what now? 6-7 years. It's Fowler, Josh Allen, Taven Bryan. There's got to be more than that. But
Yeah, I mean, Barmore is the second highest mocked guy to Jacksonville at 25.
yeah, I was wondering if it was him or Freiermuth if they just go tight end, but
Are you joking? I hate the Saints. I'm changing teams. That's final. I know.
oh,
To say the least, I know the pick.
oh. So I thought
think it is.
I thought for sure I wasn't going to need to make a graphic of this guy because it seemed like he was falling out of the first.
Oh, I think the Saints were going to take him if he was there. That's what the buzz.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh. Well,
A lot of people had him actually. People, not just people on Twitter, people I trust, had him actually going off in the Colts slot with the Saints trading up to the Colts slot.
which would make sense considering the Titans have selected Caleb Farley here.
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, I guess they lost Jackson in free agency, so
Yeah, I mean, again, not bad. Titans fans got to feel good. I mean, if this guy gets to the point where you're full clearing him, you feel good about the health, and he's able to stay out there for majority of seasons going forward. This is going to be a player that has limitless upside at the position. Obviously, only been a corner for a couple seasons, but ball skills, understands how receivers are going to want to win, and I think another guy who's big, strong, and a press man corner. So
Wait, why would you be mad about that as a Saints fan?
because he wanted him, I think.
Oh, they need a cornerback. So
What about
bad.
Newsom? Newsom will still
Newsom
be
will be there.
Newsom
I think
will
now.
be there, but
Once Newsom goes, then it's like
then you get
Then it gets
definitely higher
interesting.
on Farley.
Will we see a Stokes go?
Stokes, Samuel, Molden, Campbell.
I think everybody's pretty set on the top four. I wonder
Yeah.
who most people's fifth is. What does the consensus have there as
For-
the fifth
it's
corner?
Samuel.
It's Samuel? Okay. Makes sense. He is my corner 5. I mean, again, Farley, potential elite shutdown corner at the next level. I mean, nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. And Minnesota has moved down legitimately 9 spots and could select Christian Darrisaw here at 23.
That's fucked up.
This is unbelievable.
Is
unbelievable.
AVT still there? Or did you go?
No,
That's
that was
who
the
the
Jets.
Jets
moved.
showed
Oh,
up
the
for.
Jets. Yeah,
Which
that's
is kind of
I mean-
backwards because I mocked the opposite. I mocked the Vikings trading back and taking AVT, while Darrisaw was actually, I think I had Darrisaw going 13. But either way, don't think most people expected that
right.
board to fall that way.
So, is that him?
No.
No way. Okay.
Oh, that is him.
Wait, that is? Oh, interesting.
Weird.
So,
Oh yeah, because he had COVID, so he couldn't go.
Oh, that's
He was
right, yeah.
invited.
That's right. Oh yeah. So Nate, how pissed do you think Beefy is? Because I was really deciding on our mock on Sunday whether I was going to take Pay or I was just going to take AVT for Indy just to be fun, and I could have been right on Pay, and then Beefy would have been right with Vera Tucker and Wilson with the 2 picks of the Jets. How mad is he?
At least
mad
a
is he?
7.
I can't wait to tell him.
If he remembers that, yes. He's
Oh, he will. He will because he said he wanted to do that real bad. So good stuff.
I mean, I'm going to be shocked if this isn't Darrisaw
so Mitch
here.
Ojulari. That would
Although,
be that was.
I mean, it would make complete sense for the Vikings to go edge rusher here if they think the run on edge rusher is going to start like we thought maybe Tennessee would do. I could see that too, but I wonder how much the fan base, knowing that the fan base will run Spielman out of town if he doesn't go a line here. You'd think that shouldn't change their mind, but they probably don't care. But, you think about Niners fans were doing everything in their power to will them not to take Mac Jones. And it worked.
Yeah, I guess. The one thing I forgot was we were talking about Ojulari potentially as a fit in Tennessee that they signed Bud Dupree. So I assume they expect Dupree and Landry to be the guys on the outside. Forgot about that. So now even the Farley pick makes a lot more sense there. Interesting they decided that over Newsom, but again, they want maybe the bigger, stronger guy. Go up and press people. I get it. It makes more sense there. But you get a guy who's going to test Farley like nobody's business in practice all camp long in A.J. Brown. And if there was ever a guy you'd want to work on pressing against, that's one of the guys. And he'll be able to put him through the gauntlet a little bit, get him ready for the season. So, as we sit here waiting for this Minnesota pick, who do we think the winner is right now of the draft so far?
There's got to be one answer, right? It's got to be Bears, in my opinion.
I mean, it's definitely the more exciting pick.
Yeah,
they gave up a lot.
They did.
They may not even play this year.
But they gave it up for not a Mac Jones.
Right.
They gave it up for a guy who legit might be for a lot of people even was a top 6 or 7 player in this class.
Yeah. When you see him in commercials, right, before the pre-draft stuff, right, you see him in commercials and stuff, and you see the analysts hype him up and stuff. You can see there's clearly people value him. He is a stud talent. It's not just like
intangibles.
Yeah.
Yes. Heck yeah. Saying the Bears are winner, no stretch. Mitch says maybe Patriots. They get a quarterback, so
without trading up too.
Yeah.
Right.
Can't say no to that. I think the ceiling is obviously very capped compared to Fields, but I gotta think Miami comes away a big winner. After I think a lot of people were maybe a little disappointed last year. I think obviously Tua Tagovailoa they were happy about for sure. Obviously Fields had a better year. Jury's still out on. Again, we expect Herbert to continue that, but again, to say Tagovailoa is a bust at this point is a little ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But they come away with Waddle and they come away with Phillips, 2 guys who are just again both explosive playmakers at their respective positions, really, who can affect the game from day one. And you'll have one on each side of the ball. So, obviously, I'm sure there were some who wanted Darisaw because I think a lot of people were disappointed with Austin Jackson, of course. But, yeah, we got Bears, we got Patriots, 2 winners so far in the comments. So,
I think Bears fans are the winners.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
true. Jersey sales for the Bears are the winners.
Yeah, it's already happening.
The one, right?
I already bought a jersey. I'm drinking, even though I planned on not drinking. Right? It's like celebratory. I've already talked to my friends. They're all drinking. There was a tweet that was sent out about Allen Robinson. He's probably getting hammered tonight. Just so excited.
How can you not be?
Yeah,
I would be.
Even Darnell Mooney stock. It's got to be feeling pretty good about right now,
Yeah.
So,
who's this?
Easy.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about how the Vikings are a potential winner here right now. Pick up a couple picks now in the 3rd round.
Yep.
They move back and they get a guy that a lot of people thought they were going to take at 14 anyway. So to get Darisaw at this point, goodness.
I'm ecstatic.
Good.
I was like, crossing my fingers that Slater fell to 14. That was my dream scenario. But, Slater at 14 versus Darisaw at 23 and picking up 2 more 3rd-round picks that I would imagine Spielman uses to trade up into the 2nd.
Yeah.
potentially. I mean, right now Vikings are sitting with 4 thirds and 4 fourths. So, I mean, that's ammo if I've ever heard of it. So
I remember they had
I'm
a
excited.
ridiculous amount last year as well, and there was a lot of talk about that too. So that was.
And
really
now it's 3rd and 4ths that we have instead of 6th and 7ths, which are actually much more valuable.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's talk Darisaw. I mean, listen, first thing in pass protection, bull rush ain't working.
No.
Simple as that. Bull rush is not working. It's not going to work against a guy like Darisaw. He's huge. Frame is massive. But again, he eats the bull rush with little backward pedal at all because he's that powerful of a player. I think he's got great. So when you look at when you see blockers and you see defenses, they come up, you get linebackers who slash and attack gaps quickly. When you watch Darisaw, he closes that gap to the inside of him extremely quick, gets there, and makes sure nobody's going to split that gap. Reaction skills, like we talked about, again, impressive balance. He gets out in space and he lands his strikes in space. He's a great mover for his size. Again, there are times where you see him maybe, get into pass sets, gets a little comfortable where he's at and doesn't deepen enough. And you see him get beat around the edge a little bit. Happens a couple times on film, most notably the Pitt game. But overall, this is incredible for the Vikings in terms of value. For a team now that you feel confident you can move Ezra Cleveland inside. And I would definitely want Schyvinck to talk more about it. I don't want to take all the air out of him here for the Vikings. But, I mean.
No, you're 100% right. I mean, now you have your offensive line mostly set. You've got Darisaw at left tackle, left guard is a competition between probably another pick in the draft at some point and Mason Cole, who they traded a 6th for from Arizona. I mean, God forbid Dakota Dozier plays left guard again, but I'm sure he'll take first team reps in camp, at least for a little bit. Then we've got center Bradbury, right guard. I guess I'm assuming they're keeping Ezra Cleveland there, and then O'Neal at right tackle. My Vikings fans might end up playing the what if game what if Ezra Cleveland had, played left tackle, but it doesn't really seem like he's going to be playing tackle for the Vikings at any point. So he wasn't awful at guard. He's probably better suited to be a tackle than a guard, but at this point, I think Vikings fans and coaching staff just want 5 competent players on the offensive line, no matter what their true positions are. So
is this Najee?
It has to be, right? They were celebrating. They're having a good time. It's Najee Harris. Yeah, Najee Harris.
Nice.
I said this is a trade-up spot for the Pack. I don't think so because the Steelers, they don't love to trade back for one. They love getting their guy at the spot that they stick at. And
I remember seeing a Photoshop of him in a Steelers uniform, really early on. And I'm like, that fit perfectly. I'm like, he's perfect in this spot. From a fantasy standpoint, from a team standpoint, everything just fits with him going to the Steelers.
Oh, for sure. Got a graphic. Yeah. Also, Matt said the Jets have to be pretty happy right now. I would agree. I think they moved up quite a bit to select Vera Tucker, but it's a good player. So not going to be mad at that. And again, they're doing something they really struggled to do when they had Darnold in the building is protected. So you have what looks like a very good left side of the offensive line. So, yeah, I agree with that. This Jacksonville pick, this could be Green Bay move up 4 spots, maybe get a little Bateman action, or they just, feel like Bateman, Newsome, or Elijah Moore are going to be the pick for them at 29. Who knows? Maybe it's Tevin Jenkins, and it's an easy plug-and-play at right tackle. Green Bay's got options, folks, for the Packers fans listening. Jacksonville will take Bateman, I bet. Actually, I'm going to say this, and somebody mentioned this. Urban Meyer likes speed. Elijah Moore ran a 4.35. So, again, they feel comfortable, talk about Chenault, Chark outside. Whoop, Elijah Moore into the slot. Let him really stress the center of that defense.
So let's watching Najee Harris hurdle people.
Oh, Najee Harris.
Beautiful
tape is
highlights.
just
I do
a lot
not
of
want to
fun.
see that at the next level, though. He might die.
I will say this: that Pittsburgh making a commitment to run the football like this is the right move. I mean, again, Tevin Jenkins, Cosme maybe in play here, but this is what it seemed like all along. One of those picks that you feel like a lot of people got. So
Najee Harris' party was so loud that he had to shush them.
yeah, that has happened before. Yeah, there have been
That's
prospects that have
incredible.
had like, all right, hold on. Yeah.
What if you're just like on the phone with the team and you just yell, "Shut the up"?
Yeah. Well, again, Najee, what do you get with Najee? He's talked about how he's not a power back per se, and he obviously doesn't have that elite breakaway speed. He's a slasher. This dude is a slasher at the position. He's going to win with stringing cuts together. He's good between the tackles. He'll make you miss. He's tough. He's going to drag people around. Obviously, you see the explosion with him. So you'll get that like 5 to 10 yard burst a little bit, and obviously he hurdles guys. He can run routes in the passing game. I mean, dude kind of looks like a receiver catching the football.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, like I said, I think when you look at him and the way he goes up and gets the football, high points it, like he looks like maybe even a tight end is a better way to kind of describe him. But like, it was funny to see like some people. I saw there was a quote out there that said ETN was like the best receiving back in the class. That's the toughest sell I've heard in a long time. Alrighty. Well, the room is about to get a little bigger. Folks who are listening, whenever Nate gets back. Oh, there he is. Oh, he's got the LSU shirt on. I didn't even see that.
I've had this on since
I know you've. I was gonna say I saw you had the black shirt. I guess I didn't realize it was an LSU national champ shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But Nate, let me tell you, I think we got a fun guest coming in
Who
to hang out with us. Old friend who we may have had on a stream with us some time ago. Nate.
Interesting.
It's been a couple years. It was in round 1. We had a good time. I remember it very well. And for Georgia fans who follow him,
I know who it is. I was waiting for that.
It's gonna be a good time, I think, to hang out. And Jacksonville's obviously on the clock. And look who we got, Brooks Austin. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm chilling. It's a fan-sided family reunion, right?
It
really
is.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What it was the 2019, 2020 NFL draft?
I think it was 19, first round. We did it on YouTube.
And it was not popping.
It was not. No, it was not.
And
Oh, yeah.
it was us just talking to us. That was about
Kind of. But it was fun. We got to talk about a lot. I remember talking a few of the picks. I remember Rashawn Gary being the pick and talking Daniel Jones and all that good stuff.
I remember you not being so hot on Rashawn Gary there. Hey,
yeah.
You were very, very livid. I honestly wish I would have been there with you watching Jordan Love go to the Green Bay Packers.
There's video.
It was not pretty.
There's video.
You haven't burned it down by now?
Last year.
Yeah.
I have it. I'll cut it. I'll send you a clip. I'll try to mess you a clip.
Nothing than a hot reaction from a guy who carries his fandom on his sleeve, especially in an opportunity like that. That was probably
honestly, I think I was more upset about the second round pick. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, AJ Dillon. Yeah, that's a little bit tough. Yeah,
that was a tougher one. But yeah, I definitely wasn't high on Gary. I was higher on Burns. I remember that very well.
Little AJ Dillon, little Eddie Lacy 2.0. I mean, you can't go wrong, right?
I mean, hey, listen, I can't go wrong. He had a great Titans game. I mean, a great game there. So
hey, you get him in the snow, he's solid, right?
Yeah, I mean, he had a heck of a day. So we'll see. But
you guys had a good show. I mean, it's taken forever. It's 11:20.
It is a long
long
draft.
Yeah.
On that note, I'm going to have to jump out of here, but You guys have a good rest of the draft. Thanks for
Well,
letting me
thanks,
join.
Grant, for coming in, talking
Yeah.
Vikings. Appreciate it,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Peace.
See you guys.
See ya.
Boss.
Yeah, I got a 9-month-old that's been down and asleep since like 6:30. So, yeah, it's been a while. This is probably the longest first round I've ever seen.
It feels like it's super long.
It's been a long one.
Like, how have the time not run out? You know, it certainly feels like it should have on somebody.
I feel like a lot of it has been like, I don't know. It seems like when they get commercials, like the time just runs a little slower, like just a little slower, trying to fit it in.
Yeah, how is the Jaguars? They still have 7 minutes left.
Yeah, I don't
The
know.
pick is apparently in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really understand what they're doing with the clock because sometimes it'll jump back up to 10 minutes after the pick comes in.
It's Fugate. That's what it is.
Huh.
Travis Etienne coming off the board right here.
Interesting.
Really? Wow.
Is that your guess?
Back to back.
No, that is it.
What?
Right?
Damn.
Clemson.
Wow.
Clemson Central.
You know, I was trying to remember because the Raiders took an Alabama guy, and I was trying to remember who they could take from Clemson in this draft because they obviously still have picks to do so.
Why is he
They're-
sitting on the couch in the chair?
But,
Who, me?
no,
No,
Goodell.
Goodell.
Oh, is that his
Oh, that's the chair from last year.
Where's
Oh.
the dog?
Yo, check out the party that they got out there in Tool, Texas right now, man.
I'm
Ooh.
sure.
Pretty
I,
sure
like
just
I
out-
love the notes.
right? That's just outside of Houston. That is a grande
Oh,
casa
wow.
out there, man.
Wow.
That is a party going on out there at the Etienne household.
Is that on the east side on Galveston or is it no?
I think Tool, Texas is just Houston.
Oh, it's actually by Dallas. It's in the
Oh,
middle of the
not
two.
bad.
It's in the middle of the two.
My bad. So east of Dallas, west of Houston.
Dallas is a little bit west and mostly north.
So I need to study up on my Texas geography.
I'm actually moving to Austin, so you'll have to come visit. We can explore the geography and
Yeah, how about
very
no?
great craft breweries.
How about no?
How about no?
Well, R.I.P. James Robinson, by the way, everyone.
Yeah. He had a good run.
Maybe in the passing game
Yeah.
still, though. So,
I think it's wild right now. We've seen, like I said, like I tweeted and you guys shouted it out. We've seen 6 Alabama players, not a single Georgia player drafted yet.
Yeah.
With how well that they recruit.
technically,
Had
there
to.
was.
I mean, you're going to do the Justin Fields thing. You can't. I'm not here to do that.
I understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. I get it.
Man, you want to watch my mentions blow up like a freaking California forest fire. Let me be out here tweeting about Justin Fields.
Oh man,
You think Stokes is the first Georgia player to come off?
No, I think it's going to be Ojulari eventually, and I think it's
Oh yeah, sure.
like 27. Honestly,
Oh,
like
duh.
Cleveland's been investigating him a good bit at this point. Which
Yeah.
is a bit shocking. And 27 with Baltimore is another spot where I mean that's what they specialize in is 3-4 edge rushers that can get after the quarterback. And with them, you know, they've lost a good few in free agency over the last couple of years. I don't see Cleveland spot though, because they're a traditional 4-2 guy, like 4-2 scheme. That's what they run.
Yeah. Is this Bateman?
Who it is? I'm sure our guys over there.
I think it's Bateman. Is it not?
Let me look. I haven't seen anything yet.
Me either.
Well, they literally just the well, it was quick.
Oh, it was just in, but yeah,
Yeah, I think it's
it's
just
got.
So the consensus in the mocks is Barmore.
Is it Barmore? Ooh.
Interesting.
Is it Greg Newsome? Maybe.
your defensive line so bad.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I was shocked to see Jordan Davis come back at Georgia this year.
Yeah, that's
I feel
true.
like he would have been a first-round draft pick this year just because of how thin that interior defensive line class is.
Yeah.
But the guys I talked to at Georgia were just like, hey, I mean, he won a national title, so that's why he's back. So I don't know. It's
this D line class is, I mean, interior wise it's nothing right home about. And I think, I mean, from what I've seen, at least from people talking next year, Davis might just lead the way anyway next year, very possibly.
I mean, the crazy thing about Jordan is like, I honestly think he would have ran somewhere in that 4.9 range at 6'6", 335 pounds. It would have been absolutely absurd.
That's wild.
Watch pro day. He's been clocked at practice at 19.6 miles per hour. Think about that. 19 miles per hour.
That's insane.
Yeah, at 6'6", 3, and like he's listed at 6'6", 330. He's walking everyday life at 345. I guarantee it. I've seen him. I've met him. I've been next to him. He is a mountain of a man. Like when people talked about Mount Cody back in the day, this is 2021 version of Mount Cody. Like he is a supreme athlete at that size. I think especially nowadays in where so many teams are running a traditional 3-4 or a hybrid 3-4, 4-2-5, he would have been a freak, or is a freak, and he would have gone somewhere in these picks this year. But he loves Georgia, man. I think I don't know what's happening. I don't know why the NFL doesn't value these guys. There's a lot of the sources that I talked to were talking about Aziz dropping because of health concerns. Ojulari.
Yeah.
But, I mean, honestly, it's been Kwity Paye, and I wouldn't even consider Jalen Phillips from Miami a traditional edge rusher. He's a traditional 4-2-5, like 4-4 or 4-3 end. Like he's 6'5".
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Yeah, he is a defensive end. He is not an OL or an edge rusher. So we really haven't seen the run on edge rusher guys. I think that's really hurt Aziz at this point. But coming up next, and honestly, guys, I'm going to have to drop the phone and get off. If this happens at 27, I think it's a very strong possibility that you see Ojulari pop off the board right here at 27.
Yeah. I know there have been some who have said Joe Tryon is going to be somewhere at the end of this round. He's a little bit bigger than Ojulari, I think, right? Like I think he's carrying like 259. I think Tryon is.
I mean, what's
a little bigger, but like
I get.
Yeah, what, I know. That's what I mean. Is like
though, Greg Newsome.
Yeah, it's Greg Newsome. So,
was corner a need for them?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think opposite Denzel Ward, there's questions still. Obviously, they're getting fun, they're having fun with safeties there. They have JJ3. What?
That rookie year for Greg Ward looked really, really good, though. I felt like.
Oh yeah, I mean it'll be him and it'll be those two, and they'll be running things opposite each other.
Bugs.
But but man, that feels good. Bateman gets past the Browns, but he might be the pick here at 27. So.
Oh yeah,
unless they go Marshall.
With the Green Bay homerism.
I would be good. There's a lot of players left I'm good with here. I think JOK is intriguing in a Joe Barry defense that's going to preach hybrid players. Trayvon Merrick's interesting. They want to really, go with three safeties and do a lot of those looks. I mean, Asante Samuel Jr., I'm not going to be mad at.
Right.
One bit, which means,
I don't know.
We talk about all these guys. They're going Dylan Radins probably. So
with as much man coverage as y'all run, are you really out here like standing for a 5'10" corner? Like, is that what?
I mean, we already got one.
Yeah. How's that playing out?
I mean, he's a darn good player. So, I mean,
I wonder.
I don't know. There might be a lot more quarters with Barry. We'll see. We'll see.
I feel like Cormo makes a lot of sense for Green Bay if he's still there.
I think and I mentioned it. I thought JOK, there was a real good shot he'd be on the board still if he wasn't off the board to Washington. And here we are.
I got to tell you guys.
Yeah.
I don't miss having to cover 300 guys in the NFL draft. I don't miss it at all.
Yeah.
I don't, man. Like I have to cover 85 guys on the Georgia roster and whatnot.
Yeah, for sure.
And give my opinions on those guys and break down film guys, but I do not miss watch film corner from West Virginia or what it is. I don't miss it at all, man. Like 0%.
I mean,
like evaluation is what I do best, I feel like.
Yeah.
But nowadays, like I have to do, close to 250, 300 evals on high school football players.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a lot of that going on and seeing who's.
Yeah.
I got a whole bunch of stuff going on evaluation wise, and I just don't have time to be out here grading on, North.
It's a whole different group of 300.
Yeah.
Guard, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, guys, I got to step out.
Yeah. Denny, thanks for coming on. Appreciate you.
Right.
Like I said, if you want to hop in tomorrow night for anything, let me know. We'll be
Sounds
here all
good.
tomorrow night. Should be a blast again.
Apparently,
Sounds good.
Thanks.
All right, later, guys.
See ya. Enjoy the Fields jersey that he's ordering, I'm sure. So
Yeah.
I always forget that like y'all got like legitimate fandom going on.
it's back to back here after the Ravens pick.
That's actually true. I didn't even really think about that until now.
I didn't really either, to be honest.
I don't really pay that much attention because I just
Yeah.
look at what everybody says about us and then usually just look at other teams. So.
I'm sure this is Bateman, which is fine.
I have like high
Well-
given up completely on guessing the New Orleans
Well,
draft.
Any idea on who the Ravens are taking?
I guess Tevin Jenkins. A lot of people thought he was going to be the Raiders pick at 17. Maybe that's their just straight up replacement as a powerful right tackle for Orlando Brown after the trade.
Y'all ever seen that? You ever seen that Netflix movie about the walk-on Arkansas offensive lineman?
Mm-mm.
Hold on, let me Google his name.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot.
He wears glasses. He looks just like this guy that just got drafted. All right. So Google Brandon Bolesworth.
Oh, greater. I have that on my list right now.
Google Brandon Bolesworth and then Google Tevin Jenkins and tell me they're not long lost cousins.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
go on,
jeez.
type that one in.
Well, even the glasses. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, they are actually though.
Yeah,
That could be his son.
Yeah. Well, R.I.P. Brandon Bolesworth. He
Yeah.
like the day after he got drafted, basically. If you
That
watch
hurts.
spoiler alert, don't watch the movie now because I just ruined it for you.
He did.
Yeah.
Dang.
Spoilers.
Basically on his way to, training camp or on his way back from training camp, one or the other, he ended up like getting in a car wreck. But yeah, that's little bro right there getting drafted.
Wow.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Do it proud. That's interesting.
Nate, I'm going to feel really disappointed because I think the Saints are going to take JOK at 28.
I just don't think they need
I'm going to
him.
be sad.
I don't think they need him. I think that's the role they want Zach Bond to play.
I guess that's true. I guess that's fair.
I don't see it. I'm honestly Ojulari's one because they've been talking about the sneaky need on the Saints defensive line for edge.
Don't like look at between Marcus Davenport and even
Cam Jordan?
Yeah, like
They're
the
big.
physical profiles of those two individuals are complete opposite.
Yeah.
Talked about
I think the Saints would make sense if a Phillips was here, obviously.
That's true.
Is a bigger guy.
Is this a spot where you see the other Miami guy that's set out this year?
I'm wondering if
Greg
Baltimore
like
likes to
Gregory
be
fits their profile more.
Yeah.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick Samuel Cosme. So, knowing their love for offensive tackles and offensive guards.
What do you mean? They love interior, though. They go Dickerson.
They're going to take
Or
Creed
Humphrey.
Humphrey. They're going to take Creed Humphrey. Please, no.
I'm sad.
Hey, I love Creed Humphrey.
Oh yeah.
We just don't need any more offensive linemen right now.
I knew it was gonna be Bateman.
It might be Bateman.
It is. No, it is. It is. It is Bateman.
Oh, is it?
It is Rashad Bateman.
I actually had a chance to talk to Creed Humphrey.
Yeah.
One of the smartest. You know, I played center in college, Humboldt grad. And that dude was doing stuff on tape that I've literally never seen before, where like he was in a 3-man slide, and I'm getting a little X's and O's here. He was in a 3-man slide left, but he had a blitzing linebacker in his A gap with a 3 technique over his right guard, and he literally feinted like I'm gonna throw a fake jab. Like he feinted the blitzing backer from Georgia by throwing his eyes left. Or throwing his eyes completely away from the backer, and the backer spiked back into where he wanted him to go, and with no eyes on him, like felt him cross his face, and then like latched on, hands inside, and then ended up bull hopping to finish the rep. And I asked him, I was like, what the hell are you doing right here, man? Like, why are your eyes not on him? He's your responsibility. What are you not doing? I just sent him the video of it. And he ended up responding really quickly. And he was like, well, I'd seen him on film that they were trying to blitz frontside A gap. That's where they were going to plug. And I figured, like, if I kept my eyes left, he would think I'm not looking at him. He'd end up crossing my face. And he ended up and it was just, like, based off film evaluation and based off studying, he knew that if I did this, if I kept my eyes left, if I basically played dumb, he was playing possum. I can get this guy to go where I want him to go. And he ended up doing it. And watching stuff like that is what sold me on Dickerson. And then you get all the other stuff, right? Like the leadership aspect or whatever he's got going on, that all those Bama guys absolutely love him. Like, absolutely love him. And the physicality on film and just the finish ability, right? I call it a fight to finish. That dude fights to finish on every single rep. Mm-hmm. I mean, him, Dickerson and Creed Humphrey both I absolutely love draft. I think it's those two, a massive gaping hole, and then whoever you want.
It's a drop off. There's no doubt.
A massive.
I know, like Josh Myers. I know people are like that from Ohio State, and then there's a lot of zone centers after that.
I mean, both those guards at Ohio State hid that center at Ohio State a lot. Those two guards at Ohio State are
Davis is good, and then the other one whose name escapes me. But their O-line's very good. It'll be interesting, Nate. The Saints picks in, man. How you feeling? Who do you think it is, Nate? Who do you think it is?
I have a weird feeling that it's going to be JOK, but I could also see it being either Terrace Marshall, less likely, or maybe even dipping down for Elijah Moore or Asante Samuel.
Elijah Moore would be interesting.
Speed.
Yeah.
They just don't have that.
So it's funny because we were talking about where I know people were talking in the comments where Jacksonville's going to go. And I said Meyer likes speed. I was just the wrong position.
Yeah.
In terms of speed. So he took speed. It's just was that running back.
Why am
so
I'm
there you go. The prop hits
Turner
over 1.5 running backs in the first round, by the way, for those who bet.
I'm seeing Peyton Turner currently.
Wow, the late
even seeing from draft diamonds.
Oh, so Nate, Corey Kinnan, who's the big Browns fan who wanted Bateman to Cleveland. That's his worst nightmare. They passed on Bateman, and then a division rival took him.
Oh boy,
that's rough. That's tough to see. The tone.
I'll be honest, guys. I don't get it. I don't get why like a guy like Azeez Ojulari, and I know I'm a little biased because I've overwatched him compared to all these other guys, but
yeah.
That dude's a 10, 12 sack guy year 2, easy.
I've watched a lot of your stuff when you talk about him. And I know you post like clips on Twitter about him. So like obviously him being in this draft cycle, I was always very interested in what you had to say about Ojulari. And I gotta believe it's that injury thing that came out late.
I don't know what that is because I've talked to medical guys in Athens. I've talked to the coaching staff in Athens, and it's like, I mean, he tore his ACL in high school, but
Yeah.
And shit, Jalen Phillips had to medically retire.
Yeah, I know. That's
So
great. He went 18.
What are we doing here, man?
I don't
If
know.
you don't want to draft a guy, say you don't want to draft him, but don't be out here throwing out medical reasons. I mean,
I know
he rehabbed from a torn ACL, and it was a pretty bad torn ACL here at Meriden High School. I mean, Meriden High School is 5 miles from my house, 10 miles from my house. I mean, it was a bad ACL injury, but he played. I mean, he tore his ACL in November of his senior year. He was back on the field that December in a bowl game for Georgia and played really, really well against Texas. And then his redshirt freshman year, I mean, balled out. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think the main thing right now is that he's 6'2 3/4, 249 pounds. But he's got 33-inch arms. So what matters more, guys? I mean, for me, I always struggled with guys that just had long arms. Like if you got 33-inch arms, I can't get in on your chest. I can't sink in on you. And especially when you hand fight as well as this guy does, plus bend as well as he does. So I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I was confused because I know a lot of people were like in January were like,
I see a tweet right now from Connor Orr that says Packers will take cornerback Eric Stokes right here.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah,
that's big. And I've got to get off and edit an article.
Well, there you go.
You guys.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
I was right.
Georgia man, have fun, man.
See you, boys.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
I was right.
Well,
I was right, Jake. First Georgia player off the board.
Eric Stokes.
Yep, I was right.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I would say.
I was right.
That's the pick. I mean, it's fine.
I don't even care. Can't bring me down no more.
Saints select Peyton Turner, which, I mean, 6'5", 270.
Not super thrilled about that because the last time we reached for somebody who was that big, he sucked. So
Peyton Turner's a nice player.
The Saints are suckers for the Senior Bowl, dude. It's becoming.
I mean, if you select the right guy out of the Senior Bowl, then you're good to go.
Houston's track record is not great, Cotton. Not great.
So, yeah. Wow. I mean, again, Peyton Turner.
So they got to trade up to get JOK.
Well, that's what makes things interesting on day 2 because JOK, I expect to now make it to that point. A guy who, was on the board for Green Bay here and was not the pick, and instead it's going to be Eric Stokes, who, I mean, it's a corner for Green Bay, but again, Peyton Turner,
I'm stressed.
No, you are.
That's not, and I know not to expect anything from them, but that's not what I was expecting. I don't know.
Well, Ed's was interesting there. And,
maybe a Cam Jordan replacement one day, but I don't know if they're trying to really. I just don't understand the short-term goal of the organization at the moment. It's interesting. I don't know. They must just see a lot of depth at corner and linebacker in the second, which is really fair. I think the Saints trade up.
Oh, linebacker's loaded.
I think the Saints end up with at least 2 seconds. Also, this is the first time in the Gutenkist era that the Packers picked at their regular spot.
Yep. Which means thoroughly expect them to move up tomorrow.
Definitely.
But again, I think, if it is indeed Stokes, which it's certainly Saints take who? What do you mean? Then you're not a draft guy if you don't know who. It's Eric Stokes for Green Bay. Let's talk about it. But Nate, like you said, before we get to Stokes, Turner obviously fits their profile on the edge. When you look at Jordan and you look at Davenport, bigger, longer, bigger, longer, heavier guys. What? Urban did not say this.
Also,
oh my gosh, hold on. Urban said he sees James Robinson and Carlos Hyde as the 1-2 punch and ETN as a third down back. Has he watched film?
That he did not say that.
Has he watched? What?
That's who reported that?
a Jacksonville Reporter.
I do not buy that.
It's an urban quote.
Oh my God.
It's a quote from Urban. That's really odd.
I can't wait to see the coaching strategy of Urban then, because if he's as much as a mess as that is.
Well, Green Bay fans,
Bill,
we
hang
got
on,
a lot
hang
to
on,
talk
hang on.
about because
Speaking of, I have one more thing to throw at you.
what's that?
In 2021, the Jaguars play the Bengals. Think about it. That means Lawrence, Etienne, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Thad Moss as well. On the Bengals now,
yes,
all on the same field again.
that will be wild.
And it's only been
a
1
lot
year.
of fun. It'll be a lot of fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be a fun Jaguars Bengals game. A lot of Rodgers got to be stoked about this pick. Funny, hilarious. I mean, I don't hate this.
No, I don't either.
Newsom didn't fall. I think I had Samuel ahead of Stokes, but again, if you're the Packers and you're sitting here and you're thinking, okay, we want size, speed, and ability to cover in man, and we value that more than a guy who's better in zone, then okay. Like, that's fine. Like, I'm good with the Stokes pick. Obviously, it doesn't seem like now that the Packers, well, I shouldn't say they don't value the safety position yet because we got a lot of draft to go. But now we're looking at a possibility that the top three safeties that I mentioned for the Packers are going to be there starting on day 2. Did not think Trayvon Merritt was going to make it out of day 1. Will likely do so if Baltimore does not pick him. But yeah, size, speed, ball skills. He's going to convert. He's going to flip his hips. He plays a lot of receiver rather than ball at the catch point. That's something he does. But ultimately, guys like Aqib Talib did that. So I don't think there's a problem there. And like I said, Packers fans who are watching still appreciate you. If you like the stream, I appreciate it. Obviously, we're wrapping up tonight, but we got a lot of stuff tomorrow night as well. But we also have 3 more picks in the first round after this. So we're approaching 4 hours. Actually, I can definitely confirm, Nate, last year we were on for 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Really?
Yes. We have only been on for 3:40 so far tonight. It has felt longer, but somehow maybe we talked afterwards. It's very possible.
I think we talked before
must have.
And after, truthfully.
We started at 6:55, so we started 5 minutes before.
That makes sense.
So a little bit before, but not. Again, Stokes.
I will be back at 2 points.
Okay, you're fine. Packers fans, let's talk. Obviously, this is a good start to the draft. Obviously, when you look at the Packers draft history, and I want to bring this up because I think it's something to note. Eric Stokes, this is a draft for need, but ultimately, with guys like Jenkins and Cosme that were still on the board for them, the Packers like to draft young guys in the first round. Both of those guys were 22 and older. So I expect tomorrow to have an offensive line focus. And that's something obviously we'll certainly talk about at length tomorrow in terms of videos and all that. But again, Stokes starts right away. I think he's going to make an impact opposite Jair. And it gives you the option to throw Jair at nickel if you so choose. And I'm sure Joe Barry will have those conversations. But ultimately, this is a long-term starter at the position when Kevin King probably eventually gets pushed out in a year. So I like it. The secondary is looking good. I really am not mad at this at all. And again, we can talk about not drafting a guy like Elijah Moore or Rondale Moore here. They're not big. Elijah Moore's 5'9", 174 pounds. So ultimately, this at least tells us a little bit of either the Packers are valuing the offensive line in this draft later, or as Mitch, either the Packers might just really like Runyon at guard and they may be okay with Billy Turner at tackle, and they're looking to fill corner. Maybe they look to fill receiver tomorrow, and maybe they look at defensive tackle. Maybe they look at linebacker. Maybe they look at safety. This could be defense-oriented more so than you think. So we'll see. It's certainly a pick that some people did expect, and I do like Stokes, I think, more than Campbell personally. And I know people brought up the Georgia corners a lot. So tomorrow, I expect, well, this might be one of the offensive linemen still here. But tomorrow, I expect the Packers to go after a tackle, potentially in the second or third round. We'll see where they go. And wide receivers probably in their plans as well at some point. But hey, Eric Stokes. Maybe I'll definitely do a reaction tonight on the pick for sure. And then we'll definitely dive into the film at some point very soon. So those 2 videos will be a lot of fun. Initial thoughts and all that. But I am no problems here. No problems. The ball production was there. 4 interceptions, 4 passes defense in 2020. 9 passes defense in 19. So again, he's got production at the catch point. That's something you like to see. So yeah, heck yes. I like the Stokes pick. JOK and Merrick are still on the board, but I'm not going to get mad about it because,
True.
If they don't, again, we talked about it. If they view JOK as a linebacker, traditionally, they're not going to draft him. They like 230, 240 at the position. Either he's playing nickel or safety or he's not on their board.
Yeah.
And that's just facts. So if they don't have him on their board, that's fine. They don't have Merrick on their board, that's fine. I think they do have Richie Grant on their board somewhere. I think Javon Holland could be in the mix tomorrow as well. But again, now, Nate, do we see a guy like Tevin Jenkins or Samuel Cosme come off here in the last 3 picks of this round?
Ew.
I would assume so, right? Baltimore's on the next up.
I would think Baltimore would be interested, but JOK could be interesting for Baltimore. Or did they take a linebacker?
They took Bateman.
Already.
They took
did.
Bateman.
Okay. I'm losing.
What do we got here?
already.
What do we got?
Needs sustenance.
Yeah, Eric Stokes obviously ran that 4.25 is absolutely nuts. But hello, Baltimore. Do we have anything? Hello or Buffalo? I mean, sorry.
I know. It's like Goodell took forever to get up there.
Also, remember all the talk about Jason Owe being a first-round pick?
Yeah.
Unless he goes here these last couple.
Didn't quite materialize just yet, did it?
Oh, here it is. And this is what we talked about as well, is the Bills go Gregory Rousseau here. And we talked about that possibility of him coming off the board at the end of the first. And I think teams were still obviously high on him. I mean, he's definitely a defensive end. He's big. Again, traits. What do we see with traits? He's tall and he's long, and he's a pretty good athlete. Outside of that, he needs to win with his hands more. He needs to be better, have a plan as a pass rusher. So ultimately, I think this is a guy who's going to maybe line up more. Oh my gosh, he was a former wide receiver and safety. Can you believe it? 6'6", 266. I mean, hey, 15 sacks in 19. It's a big number. Granted, some of that is winning with just pure athleticism and winning on the inside against slower interior players. But again, if you have a multiple front, you can move this guy around, a la like a Calais Campbell of sorts. Obviously, Calais Campbell's way bigger, but if you treat him in that type of role, then you can get production. Mitch, unfortunately, Chris Olave is not in this draft. He went back to school. It's a real shame because he's a really good player. But I think tomorrow I'll have maybe a little wide receiver big board for those interested on YouTube. On the tube. That's all Packers fans want to talk about is a wide receiver position, for God's sakes. So what do you think, Nate Rousseau?
I'm broken. I'm broken.
Why is that?
The Saints just drafted Marcus Davenport again. Again.
I mean, it's possible they did.
It was to the point where I had to look if Marcus Davenport also went to Houston because I just
thought,
but it was at Oliver. It was at Oliver.
UTSA or UTEP? Which one was it for Davenport?
UTSA, I think.
Okay.
I think. Let me look. I'll double check that.
It's one of the two. You're killing me. I'm sorry, Mitch. But yeah, he went back to
Oh,
school.
it's UTSA. Yeah, it's UTSA.
UTSA. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Olave did go back to school. It's very unfortunate, but I still think there's a lot of players for the Packers. On day 2, off the top of my head, I mean, Elijah Moore hasn't gone in this draft yet. Now that's saying Tampa Bay won't do that. I don't. We'll see. But I mean, there's a lot of receivers still on the board. I mean, Elijah Moore, we talked about. Terrace Marshall, we've talked about. You know, the bigger go up and get the football type guy with good acceleration. And a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who does everything well.
Yeah.
Smooth route runner, win at the catch point, good body control. He's productive in the red zone. Like we said, like he can do so much. He's a gadget player as well, but a little bit bigger than guys like Moore and Moore. You know, he's bigger than he's got more mass than the Moores. So
he's bigger than Moore, and he's more than big.
Yeah. So and he's
How
more
much
than
fun
big. Yeah.
can you have with that?
Oh, you can have so much fun. If they came back, if they went off it,
that's how
a lot more fun. That's true. More fun than you could have with just one.
Oh.
Not that. Yeah. So if they go off back-to-back picks, we're gonna have a field day tomorrow night. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm not that big on wide receiver, but I love how he can snatch the ball at the air. Yeah, he is good at that. Truthfully, I don't think there's anything that like Amon-Ra St. Brown is bad at, other than he doesn't have that field tilting, game changing speed. Which whatever. Like again, he's slot. He's a gadget too. He's taking snaps at running back. So Amon-Ra's a good player tomorrow. Dwayne Eskridge, my guy in this class, great player. A little smaller, but he's densely packed. He's got the T.Y. Hilton build a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He's a tough cookie too.
Respect
Tough
it.
dude. Amir Smith-Marset tomorrow. Nico Collins, a guy who definitely is on the Packers board. He's a great athlete. He's 6'4". There's no way he's not on their board.
Quinn Maynards.
Oh yeah, Quinn Minor from you. They've been linked to him. I wouldn't be shocked. Guard center versatility. Have to learn the center position.
A big.
Have to learn the center. Yeah, he'll have to learn the center position a little bit, but
yeah.
Again,
I mean, truthfully, I think the Saints are also another place that we could see him go.
Yeah,
they could probably see him as an Andrews Pete replacement, a very much cheaper Andrews Pete replacement.
Yeah,
I think we see him off the board tomorrow. That's why I brought his name.
Oh, Miners? Oh, yes. I don't think he escapes round 2 tomorrow.
Do you have him as a top 50 player?
Let me look.
I don't have a top 50, but I probably would if he was.
I didn't put my board out vertically, and I have to go back and do that tonight.
Probably be like late 40s, mid 40s.
I have a third on him, I will say.
Oh, while you look, I have another
which will be
from tonight as well.
Definitely top 64, I believe, for me for Miners.
Yeah.
But
I have another winner from tonight.
You have a winner. Who's the winner?
Dude, could he pay? The more that I look back on this, the more that I think this is an amazing fit together.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
because he's got everything that the Colts value. Really hardworking. He's at worst athletic. And
right, exactly.
He's got great explosion off the snap too. And he kind of gets down there to the pad level and does really well with his hands as well. He's bendy. So the more I look back at it, the more I see that as a big win for both sides. I think that's a great place for him to end up too.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of people with Rousseau takes out there about him going top 10 if he plays the past season.
That's fair.
I just don't know. Like the production, if you contextualize it, is a little odd to me. But we'll see. The Bills get steals in this draft, so it wouldn't shock me if Rousseau comes out and balls within the first couple of years. Pick is in for the Ravens. I haven't seen it yet. So he's got work to do, though, for sure. Buffalo's got work to do to make this guy a top player. Yeah, I think it seems like the overwhelming consensus is that Peyton Turner was an odd pick and not very pleased.
Yeah. It's not a happy group in Saints land right now.
Yeah. I do like that, Mitch. I do like this.
Lost a coin toss in his collegiate career.
Well, there you go.
Got to put that on there.
That's all you can ask for, really.
That's what he tweeted. Put that on the resume, too.
I love it. I cannot wait for the full Stokes film room, though. I think you need some tape on Turner.
I do.
I can get you some of that. You want to?
I
I give you
do.
my. If I give you, we'll talk. But I'll get you some.
Yeah. What's that?
Some Peyton Turner, for sure. So, but yeah, I mean, I love that, Mitch. Rogers makes a power play. Packers say meh, and they go corner here instead.
I'm gonna ask Brendan if he wants to come on real quick.
Yeah, definitely ask him.
I think he just ended his stream.
Yeah, definitely ask him if he wants to. I know if he's got writing stuff, obviously, but yeah, if he wants to, he's always welcome. Here, I'm intrigued. I don't know who this is going to be, Nate. Ojulari, Joe Tryon, or is it one of the linemen that we expected to potentially be gone at this point? You would think it's trenches. I guess Trayvon Merrick's a potential dark horse pick here. So they can use some playmaking skills as a true center fielder of sorts, but
dang, Turner has a wingspan of 7 feet.
Oh, it's absurd.
So he's the next Trey Hendrickson. That's what I'm hearing.
That sounds good to you. I think it sounds better.
I'm cool with that, actually. Yeah.
More Trey Hendrickson than listen, he is a darling of draft Twitter. I'm telling you.
Was he a diamond, probably?
He was a what?
From Draft Diamonds. Do you follow them?
Oh,
I love them.
I mean, they probably profiled, but like a lot of people were high on him. There were a lot of fans. Peyton Turner. A lot of people on the timeline saying it was good for the brand tonight. So
yeah.
Again, I think Peyton Turner's a nice player. Rousseau, like we talked about, he's big, long, strong. Big boy.
Oh,
Can't wait to see what Baltimore does.
I saw this pick.
Is it Owe?
It's Jason Owe, yeah.
Okay. This makes total sense, and you know why? And this will be a great clip to save for when this actually happens. Oh, wait, I'm sure I said this on Sunday as well. So the Ravens are taking Jason Owe. Dude ran a 4.36, 4.39 at his size. The number is stupid. Let me make sure that's what it is. But it's the number is actually dumb because like we talk about Stokes running a 4.25, he's a lot smaller. This guy is okay. He's 6'4", 257, and he ran a 4.37 at 257. That's a better speed score than DK Metcalf's by far. So, Baltimore, don't get down on this guy. He's got speed. He's bendy around the edge. Obviously, the production wasn't there. Didn't have any sacks. So, the Ravens have had 0 sacks to their team from college so far in this draft. But what they have done is bring a player with tools who maybe can get after the quarterback, help you out. I mean, speed to power, evident as well. But again, here's the other thing. 4.37. Lamar Jackson loves tight ends. Play him as a two-way player, baby. Two-way player, Jason Owe. Two-way player. Oh. Let that circulate in your brain a little bit. Right, Nate? Two-way player.
Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome. I cannot wait for the full film room on Stokes now. I'm stoked for it, but to say the least.
Stop! You stop!
All right, well, the defending champs are on the clock, and we're about to wrap up this first round here. It's been a lot of fun tonight. For those who stuck around all night, appreciate you. You guys are the legends of the stream. There's no doubt. I'd take 40 times with a grain of salt. Unreal times. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But if Owe runs even close to that, I'd still try him out at tight end at 257.
Dang, another pass rusher.
It's Joe Tryon, yeah?
Yeah.
It is?
It is.
A lot of people thought this would be the guy for them. Yeah. Joe Tryon. Fun player. Guy who's improving with the speed and the bend off the edge. And I think he's got some best football ahead of him.
Right.
259, I believe. And this guy, another guy, the edge class. A lot of people came off the board.
Yeah, so, at the end, it was a lot.
A lot of people came off at the end. That was wild. I mean, we thought it was a deeper one, but didn't expect to see this many names in the first because I thought a lot of people thought maybe this isn't a top-tier class at the position.
Right.
But the defending champs are going to get some more pass rush help, which, I mean,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, on a team that didn't really have a need, and just let the draft come to them, they get another pass rusher to add with JPP and Shaq Barrett and those guys.
I think they're going to try him on.
I enjoy this. Well, thank you. It's a good time. Well,
do you hear that?
What?
I think they're going to try him on.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay.
I was due for a bad joke.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you
It's
go.
all right here.
I like it. I liked it. So then there's the age-old question: how many round one players on my board are available after the first day of the draft? It's always a
Let's
fun.
hear it.
2? Yeah,
2. Nice.
there are 2. Can anyone guess them? If you do, we'll get a giveaway, Packers giveaway working, unless you're not a Packers fan. Guys are so much more knowledgeable than most. Well, thanks, Mitch. Appreciate you, man. Mitch was one of the ones in the comments who asked about the stream earlier this week and said,
I
when are we going
appreciate
live?
you.
So Mitch is a real one. We had a lot of fun. Tomorrow, awesome. Appreciate it. So, yeah, tomorrow, 6 p.m., we'll be here.
Yeah.
I expect more guests because I don't know. Are Smitty and Beefy
I don't
doing
know.
theirs tomorrow? If they're not, we're going to have a lot of people in here. I venture a guess. So that's what I love about this. Honestly, might be the most fun part about this. Obviously, Nate and I have been doing this for 5 years now. So this for us, a 4-hour thing, we just breeze right through it. Obviously, we're not tired. We don't look tired one bit.
Honestly, I'm cool. I'm about to go to Taco Bell.
Oh, I want to go to Taco Bell too, dog. But I do have Jersey Mike's in my fridge, so
Ooh,
I'm
sounds
excited
good.
to eat that afterwards. But Mitch, I appreciate you. Hopefully, you'll be here tomorrow. I'm gonna have something out. I will say for the YouTube people on Eric Stokes. I don't know if it'll be the film room for tomorrow. I'm trying to decide if I should do the film. Maybe you guys can convince me. Convince me to do the Eric Stokes film room for tomorrow on YouTube. I will do it if you guys want me to. Otherwise, I'll just do a quick reaction, and then I'll probably do a video on the big board for the Packers coming out. Maybe my big board at certain positions for tomorrow. But ultimately, this has been fun. Round 1's in the books. Honestly, I'm ready for tomorrow because honestly, it might be the most fun. Because one, we get to see like players, former players, and fans make some picks. So we always get to see that one crazy person who comes out on stage and talks about a team. So a lot of great players still on the board. Any guesses? Any guesses, Nate, on the 2 players first round grades? I think you know one of them. I think you know one.
Look at a list. Give me a second.
I think you know one because we've talked. Actually, both players have been mentioned tonight. They have both been mentioned by name tonight.
Shoot.
They have both been mentioned by name.
Is Ojulari one?
No,
Oh,
he's
okay.
not. He is not, but he is a round 2, and I believe top.
Oh,
I believe
JOK.
JOK is the first one. Yes, that is the first one.
And what's the guy's name from TCU? The safety.
Merrick is a good guess. He's actually not even my safety 1. Crazy.
Really?
He's not.
Wow.
He's not.
Okay.
All the safeties at the top of my board are round 2 guys. Him and one other, Richie Grant, are at the top. So I have Richie Grant as safety 1, actually.
Oh.
I would say, though, if you're
Okay.
going by types of safeties, Grant is my number 1 free safety, and then Merrick would be my number 1 strong safety or hybrid safety. Jack from Ernie, say hi. I enjoy it. I'm glad that there are people who enjoyed us tonight hanging out. I know we had a lot of people in here at certain points. We spiked quite a bit. It was a lot of fun. People checking us out. Hopefully we'll get the same reaction tomorrow. But Nate, I will say a guest mentioned this name.
Is it Kendrick Green? No, I'm just kidding.
It is not.
I know.
think I mentioned Kendrick Green.
Christian Barrymore didn't go, did he?
He did not go.
Not
He did
him.
not, he did not
Oh,
go
is it
round one
Tevin?
grade.
Tevin Jenkins?
It is not Tevin Jenkins. That is a great
What?
guess, though. It is a great guess. It's
What?
not Tevin
I've
Jenkins.
gone through like my top players a bit.
I promise you a guest said it.
Can you give me a hint?
Offense.
Oh, okay, that works.
I give you one side of the ball. To work
Is it
with.
Elijah Moore?
It is not, but he is such a good player.
Dude.
He's my top 30. So is Tevin Jenkins. So I get it. I understand.
Is it Landon Dickerson?
It's not Dickerson.
Oh my god. Is it offensive line?
Yeah.
Oh my! Is it Creed Humphrey?
It's Creed Humphrey.
Oh
There
my
you go.
God.
I was like, a guest mentioned him, and Brooks had. I didn't want to say a guest had a story on him and
We
talk
got
to him
there
because that would have been
eventually.
easy. But Creed Humphrey's the other first rounder for me. I think Dickerson probably would have been without the injuries. So yeah, I mean, I think I had 25 first round grades. 23 of them went tonight. It's pretty on par. I want to see where's the lowest. I have somebody that went tonight. Oh, it's got to be him. No, it's not. Who the heck? I mean, I have Tony at wide receiver 8, so
Yeah, and he went.
he went tonight.
Very interesting.
I actually have ETN running back 3. He went. Top 5 quarterbacks went. Who are you excited to see come off the board tomorrow, Nate, before we close?
Boogie Basham.
Oh, I love Boogie Basham, Nate.
That name?
Yes.
That
That's
player?
a good one.
He checks every single box.
Yes, that is a great one.
Also,
Versatile.
Asante Samuel Jr. I'm excited to see him become a Saint.
Yes. Boogie Basham has impressive hands. They are quick and they are well placed. And when he wins with his hands, and I love it. I love him. Great player. I think he is. Where's he on my board? Oh, Rousseau is definitely the lowest player on my board selected tonight, by the way.
That's
For
fair.
sure. For sure. So
That's very fair.
Boogie's got his round 2 grade for me. He'll be interesting to see where he ends up tomorrow. Yeah. I want to know who's going to take my boy Tommy Tremble tomorrow. If anyone. We'll see. But also Dwayne Eskridge, of course, because I'm very big on Dwayne Eskridge. So we'll see. Nate, quick thought. Who won tonight? Who lost? Go.
Winner, like we already said, the Patriots, Cody Pay.
Okay.
Truthfully, I think Jacksonville, just for the sheer sake of getting Trevor Lawrence.
I want to have these on record, so I'm putting these on a banner.
Oh, how many do I get?
You can have as many as you like. You have 200 characters, bud.
Okay. Let me keep thinking here.
Yeah. So those are good winners so far. I like that.
Oh, the Vikings. Again, so good. They wanted Darisaw earlier. They traded back, and they still got Darisaw.
Okay. I'll give you one more.
And Peyton Turner.
Peyton Turner's a winner. We love that.
He's a winner. I don't know if the Saints are a winner, but he's a winner.
So, any Auburn Tigers going on Friday night? Yes.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. The one I think that will go the earliest, Auburn Tigers going. I have to just make sure. Hold
Anthony
on.
Schwartz.
Schwartz is probably going to go the highest. I don't agree with it, but he's pure speed and he ran like 4.3 flat, so he's probably going.
It's pretty insane.
Off the board. I mean, I do like Jamie and Sherwood. He's not going to come off, I don't think, tomorrow.
What about
safety?
Don't they have a linebacker?
KJ Britt.
Yeah.
I got a 4th on him. It's possibly comes off if a team likes a true middle who gets downhill quickly. It's possible, but I think Schwartz is the best. I think Seth Williams may come off tomorrow night too. The other receiver, it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the few. Nate's winners. Peyton Marino says, "What do you think about Stokes?" I wouldn't say I'm stoked, but I think I like it. I like the pick. And what I will say, Peyton, is I said that really quick. And Nate, those are your winners. We'll have them forever enshrined on the live stream. But yeah, Stokes, I think, again, he's size speed. He's going to match in man, and he's going to carry people vertically. He's going to make plays on the football. What's up?
I'm changing that. I'm changing one of those.
Okay, change one.
What?
I'll let you change.
The Patriots aren't winners. The Patriots, they're bad. Najee Harris is a winner.
Ooh, that's a winner.
He not only got a great scheme fit for him, but, well, if they use him right, he threw a draft party for the kids at the homeless shelter he lived at growing up. That was his draft
party. Najee's a beast. We love Najee here.
Joe Pompliano is the one that reported that, by the way. I should say that.
We love Najee here.
Yeah.
We love
huge Najee fan.
Yeah. That pick says Rodgers is gone, though. I think he's gone after this year. I think this is one last ride. So hopefully we enjoy the ride, Packers fans. I think it'll be one last ride. Again, I think when you look at it, truthfully, Peyton, and I'll say this, like, again, moving up for Bateman would have been really nice. But it would have cost picks, and I just want to, I think in this class, make sure that I'm not giving up a day 2 pick at all. So it may have costed 92 to move up. We saw Dallas get legitimately a 3rd round pick for moving up 2 spots way up near the top. So I'm okay with sticking here, making a pick. Elijah Moore would have been nice, but he's 5'9", 174. I don't think he's on their board. He's on my Packers board, but I don't think he's on theirs. So I think there are bigger receivers tomorrow night that they could take a chance on. Amir Smith-Marset fits their profile. Terrace Marshall fits their profile. Nico Collins fits their profile. 3 guys I think could come off the board for Green Bay tomorrow night. Amon-Ra would be a little undersized, but I still think he's a good player. So, again, I don't think they needed to reach at wide receiver tonight. So I'm fine with it. But Nate's winners, I do like those. Pay Harris, Jags, Vikings, and Peyton Turner. All right, my turn to etch these in history. Those will be forever on the stream, Nate. Here we go. My turn to etch them in history. My first winner, Nate, is for sure, okay, for sure, young quarterbacks. Specifically, the young QBs that got their receivers in college that they played with. So, Hurts, Burrow, Tua Tagovailoa, those are winners tonight. They get guys they are familiar with to further the development, and that's something that is huge, hugely important. I'm going to steal the Vikings as well. I just think you can't leave them off. They move back, they get 2/3, and they get a tackle that's probably a top 16 player in this class. So I think it's impossible to leave them off. I think the Dolphins are winners, and I know that's probably even kind of ties into the first one, but Waddle and Waddle and Phillips, I'm sorry. Love that. I love that. What else? I do think edge rushers were winners tonight. Getting drafted early, making some money, getting those good contracts. So, yeah, I mean, edge rushers, young QBs. And I think, truthfully, the Bears.
Okay, yeah.
I think they're the winners. I really do. I think they're the winners. Those are my 5. We'll save those forever. You can look at those there as the winners. And
I dig it.
That's it for us tonight. I think it's 11:15 for Nate. It's 12:15, I believe, and we are.
It is. I'm sleepy.
We out of here. What do you think of my winners? What do we got?
No, I definitely agree. The QB is really benefited tonight.
Yeah, there's a comment. I was asking what there was a comment, but yeah, I was asking you, but I appreciate it.
I'm tired.
Do you think the Bears are the winners tonight? I just it's hard. I think Niners fans are winners tonight as well, but that's not really part of the draft really itself, truthfully. So yeah, I think Miami and the Bears did well tonight. Patriots, we'll see. But for Nate and myself, obviously we want to thank Denny of NFL Mock Draft Database for coming on, for sticking with us for quite some time tonight. It was a lot of fun to have him on.
Super fun, as always.
Yeah, it was a great time. Great time having Grant on here. I'm sure he will be back tomorrow night to talk some Vikings again because they have a lot of picks now tomorrow night. Should be fun. Braden Holochek will be joining us once again to talk Chiefs, I'm sure, at the end of round 2 for both picks. I'm
coming on as well. Just
Brendan?
confirm that. Yeah.
Coming on tomorrow?
Yep.
Nice. So we're building a heck of a lineup, I will say. Maybe the Around the 412 guys will be on to talk Steelers as well, and they'll probably end up, if they come on, hanging out the rest of the night. I know.
Would be sweet.
So would be a good time. So I think that's going to do it for us tonight. We've had a blast. It's been a lot of fun. Another night of this coming at you tomorrow, and should be good. It's going to be a little earlier, 6 p.m. Central, I guess we'll be on. Nate, let me know if that's, we'll talk. We'll figure out logistics if it's too early or whatnot, but
I will be on at some point. It may be on and off, but it will probably be mostly on.
Nate will be here. So
I will be.
We're going to have fun. It's going to be a blast tomorrow night. We appreciate y'all. Especially those on YouTube who stuck out. This YouTube live streaming is definitely new for us, but we're enjoying it. So, yeah, take it easy, everybody, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Farewell.
Good night.